I'd like to call this meeting to order. And Leslie, could you do the roll call, please?
Are you going to do the code?
Oh, I'm so sorry. Just a second. Leslie, are you able to read it?
I don't have it with me.
Okay, let me get it really fast. Okay, my apologies for the delay. We were just checking on Commissioner Cooper real quick. I'm going to go ahead and read the code. Due to Governor Northam's order, Executive Order 53, restricting public gatherings of greater than 10 persons, which we're now at, I believe, 50. I'm sorry, I have an outdated version. It permits public bodies to meet electronically to discuss business required or necessary to operate for the operation of the public body and discharge of its lawful purposes, duties, and responsibilities in times of emergencies and to address COVID-19. Therefore, this meeting is being held electronically pursuant to Virginia law because the COVID-19 pandemic makes it impractical and unsafe to assemble or quorum physically in a single location. All right, Leslie, if you could do roll call.
Commissioner Cooper? Commissioner Goldblatt?
Present.
Commissioner Lisa Green?
Here.
Dr. Henry?
Present.
Commissioner Bridget Jackson?
Present.
Mayor Walker?
Present.
We have a quorum.
I wasn't called. I'm the second Commissioner Maddie Green. I'm present.
Commissioner Maddie Green, sorry.
Present.
All right, welcome everyone. We would like to welcome our new commissioners, Commissioner Katrina Cooper, who hopefully will be with us shortly. I know she's been having some internet challenges, and also our new Commissioner Bridget Jackson. Welcome.
Thank you.
Welcome.
All right, and the next item on our agenda is CRHA Board of Commissioner Officer appointments.
Kathleen, it was a moment of silence.
Oh, I'm so sorry.
General announcements, meeting dates, and reminders.
Oh, I see the updated agenda. All right, if we could have a moment of silence, please. All right, thank you. And I'll now turn it over to Commissioner updates.
It's the, is Miss Cooper on yet? Okay, so,
No, I've got
okay.
someone trying to reach her.
Kathleen, and I also just sent you a phone number in case she needs to dial in.
Okay, I'll pass that along.
Okay. So we are just gonna skip to the public comments by far until she gets here and then go back to the appointments?
I think that would be fine.
Okay.
Why don't we go ahead and do that? And I'm going to try to reach out to her again. All right, Shelby.
Hi, everybody. All right, good evening, everyone. My name is Shelby Marie Edwards. I'm the Executive Director of FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents. We are the duly recognized and federally mandated housing association, and I'm happy to provide a very brief update. FAR has continued hosting once-a-month space relief programs to the residents of Crescent Halls during redevelopment. This was inspired after a resident services meeting early on this year. In July, the space relief program was a bingo game, which is widely attended. FAR also hosted a Crescent Halls Tenants Association meeting with over 30 people, and we were really happy to do that with the support of the Housing Authority staff. I'm also really excited to announce that internally at FAR, we will be onboarding 3 new part-time organizers, which we feel will expand our capacity and impact. FAR has also been working with the Housing Authority to facilitate the creation of a camera policy that the residents feel comfortable with. After working with a safety committee to create drafts and then seeing the Housing Authority give their best efforts to hand out the drafts to all of the residents to review, we are hopeful that it will be approved this evening. FAR has heard from several residents that they feel the cameras would be helpful in holding folks accountable when it comes to safety. Residents have expressed very clearly that they feel oftentimes violence comes from folks who live outside of the neighborhoods, and they simply come to the neighborhoods to do what they do. In conclusion, FAR looks forward to supporting the Housing Authority as they endeavor to keep residents first. We want to particularly thank John Sales, Melinda Height, Kathleen Glenn Matthews for their work and their dedication. We hope that you will extend our thanks to your team members because we know that this work cannot be done alone. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shelby.
Was Katrina, was she able to get on?
We're texting her that number. We just haven't heard back yet.
Okay.
Sorry.
Ms. Jackson,
I
did you-
tried calling her, but she
Yourself?
just texted back and said that she couldn't talk right now, so.
Okay. And I apologize for having the agenda out of order. I was trying to get hold of Katrina and it switched screens.
Okay.
Right. Do we want to try going to public comments and give her a few more minutes before we go to working on officer appointments?
Yes, and maybe an opportunity for the new board members to introduce themselves.
Oh, that'd be great. Great. Bridget, would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, I was gonna say, I think I'm the only one. So hi, I'm Bridget Jackson. I grew up in the city and moved back about 4 years ago. And I'm just excited to be part of the group and hopefully help support making some progress. I also want to say thank you to Mr. Sales, who spent some time with me about a week ago, taking me around to tour all of the sites. So
It's good to get to meet you. And I apologize, you're seeing such an awkward beginning to a board meeting. We're usually
sorry.
all right. Well, Joe, if we could turn it over to public comments.
Sure thing, Kathleen. And at this time, if you'd like to address the CRHA on matters not on the formal agenda, please click your raise hand icon, or if you're joining us by phone, press *9. Kathleen, I see no hands raised.
All right, let's just give it about 30 seconds. Okay, I have not heard back from Ms. Cooper. So I'll defer to the board if you want to go ahead and work on board commissioner appointments or move farther down the agenda.
I think it would be important for her to be here if it's just a, something technology related. If we could, I would recommend that we move further into the agenda, but how do you all feel about that?
This is Dave Oberg. I think that's fine, but I think that to the extent that you take any action, you should delay it until the officers have been appointed. Or at the very least, at the meeting, at the end of the meeting, have a cumulative motion to I don't know how to say this, Mayor. To reauthorize the decisions or something.
Okay, well, let's give her, maybe if we could just pause maybe for 4 minutes or so, that'll give us till 6:25. Is everybody okay with that?
I just got a message from her and she had a personal emergency and she's not sure she's gonna be able to make the meeting.
Okay. All right, that's different. Okay, well, let's, I guess, continue.
So does that mean we're good evening, commissioners? Does that mean we're going back to number 3, the appointment
Yes.
of commissioners?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I'll give a little introduction. We're doing this a little different because we don't actually have a nomination committee appointed. Typically, it's former chair, your former vice chair, and it's one more, the chair before the chair, your last chair. And we do not have that makeup right now. So we have to appoint based upon who you all select at this moment to be the chair, vice chair, and treasurer. This is the annual meeting of the board. So this is the typical meeting where we would have the appointment of officers. So that is the little introduction I have, and I will take any questions that you may have, and Oberg can probably answer some as well.
Could I ask a question about that makeup?
Yes.
Is it possible, since, that is a potential problem, is this something in the bylaws that it's got to be the past chair or the past chair?
Mr. Oberg?
I don't see this as a problem, honestly.
Okay.
I
I'm just saying, at some point, maybe we need to change the bylaws so we don't run into the situation again. And then, because in some other boards and commissions I've served on, the chair just selects a couple of folks and says, will you serve on the nominating committee? That way it's the current board. And then we don't have to potentially have this situation again.
Yeah, and Betsy had volunteered her service, and I think what makes this sort of, the current predicament that we are in is the fact that we had to cancel the last meeting because of the emergency at Crescent Hall, so it would have gone more smoothly than it's going at this point. So, Mr. Sells, what would you need from us?
Nominations and votes. So if anyone wants to nominate or volunteer someone, volunteer code.
So now we are starting with the chair
Let's
position.
start with the chair, yes, the chair
Okay.
position.
And I have a nomination. You, okay. So I nominate for the chair, Dr. Aaliyah Henry.
Second,
Leslie, can you call?
Aye.
Laura, were you going to say something?
Sorry, I wasn't sure if we were like formally seconding nominations, but if this is just a call of support, I support that nomination as well.
Commissioner Cooper? Commissioner Goldblatt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Green?
yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green?
Yes.
Dr. Henry? Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Mayor Walker?
Yes.
Could I just do one quick point of order? We probably should say the nominations are closed before we do for roll call, just to make sure that we have that. And just ask a question, are there any other nominations, just to make sure? I don't think there was any question on that, but I just so that we don't get into trouble farther down the road, just make sure, point of order.
So Mr. Sells, you want to check and make sure that,
Were there any other nominations for chair?
and Maddie Green, did you vote? I didn't, I don't remember.
Yes.
All right,
So we should, for the record, say that vote carries unanimously. Sorry, I'm a rule follower. Remember, all the zoning.
Well, I need you.
all right, so are we at vice chair?
Yes, and I'm turning this meeting over to Dr. Henry, who is now the chair.
Can we have nominations for vice chair?
I have a nomination.
Okay,
Lisa Green.
I second.
So I think this is the, are there any other nominations?
Are there any other nominations for vice chair?
Commissioner
Hearing no
Cooper?
nominations.
So now you have to close it.
Oh, we will be closing the vice chair selection.
I think Dr. Henry has to close it.
We close the nominations for vice chair.
Now, what you want to do then is just say,
Please call the question.
yes.
Commissioner Cooper? Commissioner Goldblatt?
Yes.
Commissioner Green? Lisa Green, I'm sorry. Commissioner Maddie Green?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Mayor Walker?
Yes,
Thanks, Mayor.
I'm here.
I'll be happy
Okay.
to support in whatever way I can.
Okay, so at this point, this is where I take over?
Yes,
You
ma'am.
got it.
Okay, and so we're down to number 7, which is resolution 1426, creation of entity in connection with SFS Phase 2 redevelopment.
Do we need a,
Dr. Henry, I think there was one more officer appointed.
One more officer. Oh, sorry about that. Okay. And what would that office be?
Treasurer.
Nominations are open for treasurer.
I have a nomination, but she'll be going out soon, so I don't know how she feels about it. Laura?
I mean, that's fine. I think everyone at this point knows I'm pregnant, so I'm due in November. So there will be a period of time. Yeah, hi, Joy, I'm pregnant.
Congratulations.
So thanks. There'll be a period of time where I'm not attending meetings. So as long as everyone understands that.
Then I second.
Mr. Sales, are there any concerns about the time that Laura will be away for that position?
No, I don't think so. We've been able to manage Zoom meetings. I don't think that's going to be an issue. Quick emails, calls. I think we'll be fine.
Okay, call the question. Leslie,
Commissioner Cooper, Commissioner Goldblatt, Commissioner Lisa Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Walker.
Yes.
Okay. That carries unanimously, and she will be the treasurer. Now we move on to Resolution 1426, creation of an entity in connection with SFS Phase 2 redevelopment. That's attachment C. And do I turn to John to discuss what that is?
Yes, I can take that. We did miss item 5 and 6. So we can go back to them later on if you want to move forward with item 7.
Well, I think maybe we should go back to approve the minutes. That's what you're referring to?
Yes, approve the minutes, safety committee update, and section 3 draft policy discussion.
Okay. Okay, I must not have the updated one. Hold up. Okay, so what do we do? Just go ahead. You want to go ahead with 7 and then go back, or do we go, or does it matter?
I say, well, let's just go back because those are just procedural things.
Okay.
And then we can get into the meat of stuff.
Do we have to read through the minutes? Or we just approve them?
We just ask for approval of the minutes.
Okay, okay. Okay, so we're going to go back and get to attachment A and approval of the minutes. And there's 2 different ones. The first one is for the meeting of the Board of Commissioners held on April 26, 2020. Do we approve of those minutes? Call the question.
Oh gosh, I just lost my train of thought. Move to approve the minutes, and then we need a second, and then we'll call the question.
Okay.
So I motion to approve the minutes, both sets.
I second.
Now we call the question.
Okay, call the question. Leslie?
Commissioner Cooper, Commissioner Goldblatt,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
I don't think I should vote on this one.
you can abstain.
Okay.
Mayor Walker.
Yes.
Motion passed.
Motion to approve the meeting minutes for the meeting of the Board of Commissioners held May 24th, 2020.
My motion was for both sets of minutes.
Okay, okay. Okay, so we're done with it.
Did everybody recognize that? Just to make sure. Yeah, I think we voted yes on all that.
Okay, because I
Could
just
we
read
also
one.
clarify that there's a typo and it should be 2020, 2021, just for the record?
I wondered about that.
Okay, so now then we'll hear from the Safety Committee for an update.
Okay, so there's been a bunch of safety committee meetings since we last met, and I'll just announce for anyone who wants to attend or who's watching at home that our next regular meeting of the safety committee will be via Zoom. You can find the link and passcode on CRHA's website, Facebook page, and also on FAR's website. So that'll be on August 3rd at 6 p.m. And the one following that is going to be August 17th, also at 6 p.m. So those are the two upcoming meetings. All notes have been posted to the CRHA website. So anyone who wants to have a detailed look at what we've discussed can go ahead and take a look at those notes, more than just the brief update I've given. So we've talked about a lot of things. We talked about transit. There were a number of residents who felt that though it's not the same kind of safety issue as violence at various sites, that public transit is a problem, especially since many of the sites you have to cross busy intersections, and that you might have to, if you're elderly or infirm, you might have to go up a hill. And so CAT is currently conducting a survey, and it would be great to hear from a lot of residents about which sites where bus stops should be located and what would best serve them. We also have spent a lot of time talking about the camera policy. You'll hear more about that, but that policy went out to all residents twice. And so through door knocking, but also it's been posted online to gather as much resident feedback as possible. And also to consider a policy and a process that means that residents will be at the center of deciding when security footage can be viewed and how it can be used, so that residents will be the ones who are making these decisions, and that they'll really be at the center of all of these policies. So that's been through several drafts, and it's been seen hopefully by as many residents as possible. We'll be hearing more about that. We've talked some about some of the details at Crescent Halls, just to make sure that people are getting what they need. And then we spent quite a lot of time talking about our relationship with the Charlottesville Police Department, because some of you might remember that at the last meeting that we heard from Chief Brackney that she wanted a letter from the safety committee. We drafted that letter, we distributed it to residents, and then later we didn't hear all the details of why. That's coming at hopefully a later safety committee meeting. We were told that she actually did not want the letter. So we have a draft of the letter that we were ready to send, or we did send to her. But at this point, it's not moving forward, but it is something that we got a lot of resident feedback. So residents were able to articulate a very clear vision of how they want police to behave on their sites and what they're looking for from CPD. And so I'm very happy. I'm not able to post files into the chat for some reason, but if anyone wants to email me and see that letter, I'm very happy for them to see it. And I believe, Mr. Sales, you should correct me, but because it was up for discussion with residents, it might even be available already on certain websites. So those are all the updates that I have. For the most part, residents have felt like there hasn't been, that things have been, I don't want to say quiet, but under control. And they attribute a lot of that to CRHA staff, who they really credit with being more present with walking around. There's been varying reports of the police presence. Some residents are not happy about it or have not seen them. Others feel that they are around, but this summer certainly has been more under control than last summer was, and I think residents are hoping that that will continue. We've also been working on a number of community safety initiatives. So there's some work that's moving forward with April Oliver and the West Haven Clinic, partnering with Region 10 to provide trauma counseling to our residents. It's a little bit sticky. If anyone wants details, Mr. Sales knows more than I do, because the typical way, there's a long procedural process anytime those services were procured, and we have to find a workaround so that when there's an incident, they can get counselors on the sites right away rather than having to wait to go through this. So those details are still being worked out, but there's been conversations with the Buck Squad and Peace in the Streets, and also with some community initiatives where you would have various kinds of, Ms. Johnson can talk about some of the models she's been discussing about block captains. And I know Ms. Glenn Matthews has been meeting with a crisis response team that has been considering some of these things. So how can we have a resident-driven safety presence, but also instead of just waiting to react to events once they happen, what can we be doing in advance to try to prevent them? And so I know that there's a lot of interest in educational initiatives and things like that to try to make sure that there's really good programming for residents of various ages and to make sure that residents feel like they are safe and comfortable in their neighborhoods, but that also they're the ones who are driving those conversations. So that's my really brief update. Does anyone have any questions, or is there anything from anyone who's been attending those meetings that you want to add? There are a number of people who are on this call who have been active in those meetings, and I want to know if any of them want to add. And I do want to say Memorial Day weekend, residents said there were CRHA staff who were there, like 20 people were on the sites constantly, and residents really appreciated that. They felt like Memorial Day weekend was much calmer than it's been in the process because staff really turned out to make sure that they were there in the event that things were getting out of hand.
Okay, so it looks to me like number 3 and number 6 are the same, which means that I can now go to number 7, which is the resolution 1426, creation of an entity in connection with SFS Phase 2 development. And now I will defer to Mr. Sells.
Hey, Chair Dr. Henry, the item number 6 is actually the committee appointments. So the board has several committees.
Oh, okay.
That currently have open seats that need to be appointed, and we have some meetings that we need to set.
Okay, I see. Okay, so who has access to exactly what we need there? Because I don't have that.
It's
Hey, Kathleen, can you pull up the working committees document?
Sure, just give me a second.
You should have it, Dr. Henry.
I probably have it in my notes, but I didn't download it.
Oh no, I just forwarded you the documents. They are in the email from Mr. Sales, the last Tuesday email.
It's embedded, so, well, if you have Gmail like I do, you have to open it and go up.
Yeah, that's
through.
what I'm saying. I'd have to open it and download it, and I can't do that right now and stay in the meeting.
Okay, so I sent it to you in a new email. I mean, I just forwarded it to you from my email.
Dr. Henry, would you like for me to, can I share my screen? Is that?
Yeah, go ahead, do that.
Can I do that, guys?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
You can do it, Lisa.
I hope so. Let's see.
I have mine up. I have it up now. If you can share mine some kind of way.
Is that better?
Unless you.
Yeah, you would have to share it. Oh.
Who's that?
Oh, Lisa's sharing hers. Yeah.
She's got it. Okay. Good.
So
wait,
you'll be.
Are you seeing my screen or no?
You have started sharing, but it's not completed yet. Let me send this to Joe and he can share it.
There we go.
You got it? Are you saying me?
I don't know what I'm doing now.
Okay, I sent it to Joe.
Next, Mayor Walker, I will check.
Mm-hmm.
Sorry, that did not work.
Or if it's easier, John, you could share your screen, right?
Okay, so what I'm seeing here, I can't share my screen, but it's showing that you need a CRHA board member on redevelopment committee,
Yes, and if you give me a
because
second,
Betsy's no longer here.
that's
So you need
correct.
somebody to replace that person.
Yeah, that's one of them.
And then I see the next one for safety. It looks like there's a vacancy there.
All right, there we are.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you, Joe.
Sure thing.
Thank you.
And I think for the redevelopment committee, we had already lined up for Commissioner Lisa Green to serve on that role. And I do see there's an extra E, Ms. Green. I apologize.
That's all right. I'm sure the other Miss Green gets that as well.
So if we don't want to make any change to that one, we can move forward with the safety committee.
So could I ask a quick question? When I've looked at these, I think it would be helpful, especially for new folks, if we really wrote out right up here, it says the charge. I think it'd be helpful so that people know what the charge of each of these committees. I mean, I don't know if you can type that in right now or whatever, but I think that would be helpful. Even if you verbally say it right now, but when we get these documents, I think that's helpful.
Yeah.
And
just know, I'm sorry, go ahead.
That's okay. I was just going to say, what's the difference in the CRHA board and the voting members? What's the difference in those two?
I think that more voting members than just the board members, probably is what that, there are a lot of members on that committee. We're just the two board members who would be also voting members.
Okay.
And
I don't know when this is whether this is a time to talk about this or not, but I had a question after completing that HUD thing with regard to whether the commissioners should be on committees or not. And whether that's, well, anyway, that's something down the road. Because they talked about collusion possibly in terms of how you go about making decisions or whether you're doing oversight when you're part of the decision making. I guess that's a question for Oldberg too. I don't know. I just read that stuff and it looked like there were supposed to be some clear lines of communication or whatever, or separation. I don't know.
Yeah, and I spoke with Dr. Henry about this. I am only 50% through my training, so I'll highlight that. So she may have gotten to a part I didn't get to yet, but and I've been at 50% for a while, just in case I've said it before. But I didn't get that participating in the committees was, problematic.
Well, I just got that reading up the back parts when they start talking about fraud and collusion and some of the other oversight type things that require you to keep distance and perspective. I don't know. It's just a question I had.
So Mr. Oberg, is there any, I guess what Dr. Henry would like to just hear, is it okay for board members to participate in the committees in this capacity?
Yeah, I would expect them to do so, honestly.
Yeah.
Dr. Henry.
Could you check with HUD to find out for certain?
I can certainly find out, but I'm fairly confident that that's not a problem. I think that the concern would be if you had an entity that was self-dealing, and that's just not us. But I can certainly get you a written decision if you'd like.
Okay.
I think if there's any question at all, we should get that written decision, and then everybody, it's just, it's clear.
Yeah, so I think that the part that Dr. Henry may be referring to, it was, let's say if the committee member, the board member that was serving on the committee for maintenance was in charge of hiring, you know, they talked about a contract in maintenance that the board member, family member, let's say, owned the maintenance company.
No, this isn't dealing with the family type of issue. It's dealing with the question of clear lines between overseeing as a board and decision-making as a public housing entity.
Yes, like the operations piece.
Yes.
You're interfering with operations.
Oh, you're a part of it. You're colluding. You're making decisions as opposed to overseeing those decisions. That's the only clarity I want to have.
I will confirm my understanding.
And can I address the question about the charge? The board actually decides the charge of these committees. Some of them are identified in the bylaws, such as the nominating committee, finance committee, resident and service committee, personnel committee, and then identifies other committees that the board can create. Those other charges that are directly inside of the bylaws, the committees, are identified the charges, but the charge of the safety committee, the redevelopment committee, is not identified, or the maintenance. So that is for the board to decide. These are your committees that you sit on, that you created.
So, you know, it's not, I mean, I know this is a different kind of commission just because we have so many rules and regulations to follow, and we don't want to get in trouble with HUD. But it's not uncommon for folks from the commission, an appointed commission, to sit on the subcommittees. So I know that, but I do think that because it's good to report back. So we should have something in our minutes just like we have a safety committee report out, we should have just for what you're talking about, just, you know, so that people are, you know, that it's up front. So whoever's this kind of the committee member from the board should report out to this board every month of what's going on during that week. Just a summary, just like the safety committee. But I do think it's good so that we all know if we don't have a charge, we do need to develop that so that each board member, commission member is staying and understanding those guidelines. If indeed we find out that that is something that this commission should do, is serve on a committee.
So I think for the redevelopment committee, as one of the members who've been on that, we have been discussing the redevelopment process during the meetings also. And then there are some that we are attempting to get, you know, to put in regular rotation. So I guess for tonight, do we want to go ahead, since it's highly likely that we will, based on the fact that other housing authorities are doing it and that this housing authority has done it in the past, and that HUD's, I mean, at least the redevelopment committee, I know that HUD is aware that that meeting exists and that there are, you know, staff and board members on it. Do we want to go ahead and finish with the appointments, and then if we need to change course, then do that?
I would agree to that point. Should we need to call a question?
I think we need to go to the safety committee is the next one.
Right.
And
I think we can go ahead and do it without calling the question, and then
Okay.
make sure that, you know, then we would just have to have a vote to not serve because of whatever legality there may be.
Okay.
So we need to take some nominations or somebody to volunteer for that second seat on the safety committee.
I will say, excuse me, commissioners, from my knowledge of the past, I believe the safety committee has been chaired by a commissioner and then a resident commissioner. And I know we only have one on tonight, but I know Commissioner Katrina Cooper has been attending those meetings regularly, but I would hate to volunteer her or request that you all do that. But I will say she has been attending those meetings, and it would go in line with previous history.
Yeah, I'm not sure what this means procedurally, but I do think it would be ideal to have a resident as the second board member and as a co-chair. And it is true that Ms. Cooper does routinely attend those meetings, though she's not here to speak to whether or not she'd be interested in serving officially in that capacity.
So can we just put her down, and if we need to change it at the next meeting, then we'll change it? Okay.
I like that idea.
And can someone send her an email just to make sure she's aware?
I will do that.
Kathleen, you'll do that. Kathleen, can you do that?
Yep, I can reach out to her.
Okay, so now then we'll move to the Resident Service Committee. And it shows that everyone's there. I will make a more concerted effort to get to the meetings. Oh, there's one vacancy there. There is a vacancy.
And Mr. Sells, could you just talk about that meeting a little bit for the, I don't know if that would be helpful for Commissioner Maddie Green and Commissioner Bridget Johnson. Since
this committee was created to help identify what services residents would like to see in the community and how to procure those services. So they've already been meeting, and the bylaws identify this committee as the Resident Service Committee shall be responsible for review and oversight of resident services provided or funded by the agency, resident annual satisfaction survey, and or mandated resident surveys and other duties which may be relevant to resident services, is the direct charge identified in the bylaws.
I have that meeting on my calendar, so I'm happy to put my name down there as attending. I just wasn't able to go last month.
Okay, so maintenance and parallel track committee.
I don't know what the parallel track part means, but I can do it.
So the parallel track is a method to work on the public housing units that are further away from redevelopment, providing some needed updates and upgrades to those units, while also focusing the redevelopment committee on redeveloping the public housing sites that have been identified. The maintenance piece is oversight, I believe, of the maintenance department, but it's not identified in the bylaws. So that is up for the board to determine what that is for. And it hasn't met since I've been here, so I can't tell you.
Oh,
That's an easy one to.
very active is what I'm hearing.
I just pulled up the bylaws. It doesn't look like the bylaws have been updated since 2015, based off of the version I have. So we may want to take a look at that and make sure we get the charges for the new committees that we have are assigning folks to at some point. I know we got a lot on our plate, but that may be something we want to do.
So does this one overlap a lot with the redevelopment committee?
Yeah, I was thinking about that it might be helpful for one of us to participate on that one too. One of the people, board members that's on the redevelopment committee.
Mr. Sales, you said that they haven't met in like a year.
Yes. I don't think they've met within, I know they haven't met within the last year, but we are proposing to meet every month.
Okay.
I'd be honest with you, if that's what y'all want to do, I had rather do the maintenance parallel track committee than the personnel policy. I deal with personnel policy every day, so be a welcome change.
So then that would be both Lisa and Bridget?
I thought because of Mayor Walker saying it should be somebody from the redevelopment.
Oh, okay.
I can trade you.
I will trade personnel policy with you every day.
Great. I don't know what I just agreed to, but
we haven't met on that, I don't think either, have we?
Nope. But it's coming.
Okay, well,
Yes.
I'll do the maintenance parallel track with Lisa.
Okay, and then personnel policy committee looks like it's full for right now.
Well, it changes to to Bridget. And
oh,
yeah,
Lisa and Bridget. Okay, so they're changing around.
Yeah.
Okay, so Lisa's going to maintenance and Bridget's going to personnel. Okay. And then the financial committee is also full, and I guess we'll be meeting sometime as well.
Well, the treasurer must serve as the chairperson for the finance committee based upon the bylaws.
Okay, then I can gladly back out of that one and let Lisa, Laura have that one.
That's fine.
Shouldn't we also have someone from, if it's two, Laura, shouldn't we have a resident on this financial committee?
Well, that's why I was on there before.
Yeah. So Mayor, that would take something off your plate.
Yeah, I was gonna give the maintenance and parallel track up, but yeah, that's fine.
No, I'm gonna do maintenance. I think it's just one person, right, John?
Okay.
It can be one or two.
Okay.
All the other committees have two.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just thinking if Laura's got to do that, and then I think finance is one of those that it's, and safety, those are the ones that really need folks, that residents input. That's just my opinion.
May I ask a question? Who schedules these committee meetings?
Usually it's been Ms. Green.
Staff works with the commissioners to determine the schedule.
Okay.
So we already have the redevelopment committee set. Safety committee has been set. Resident service, we have a set date for that one. The maintenance committee is open for a date and time. Personnel policy is open for a date and time, and the finance committee is open for a date and time.
Thank you.
Okay, and then I guess these are committees that are being thought about: fundraising and partnerships, starting nonprofit, grant writing. And we don't have the complete status of where that's at right now.
No, but we would like to. Is that something that you all, the commissioners, are interested in? If so, then it's something we need to create and then determine the charge and the commissioners to sit on that. We do need to find other ways to provide and bring in money to the housing authority. We're looking to create a nonprofit to compete with other nonprofits, not only in Charlottesville, but in the country. There's certain things that we can apply for as a housing authority. One of those things is the Section 202, which is senior development. That's special financing from HUD. You have to be a nonprofit to apply for that funding. Housing authorities do not qualify. So if we look to diversify our portfolio in housing and provide additional funding to address resident services, which is something you can't fund through federal funding, we need to look to bring in additional revenue to the housing authority. And one
Just
of
a question, does FAR in any way qualify for any of those type of grants?
Yes, FAR would qualify for some of those type of grants.
Would that be something that they would probably need to coordinate perhaps with CRHA about?
It shall be.
That would be yes.
Yes, I'm still on yes. I would be happy to coordinate. Are y'all asking my opinion?
Yes, ma'am.
I would love it if the housing authority could maybe potentially set up a meeting with FAR so that we could, and in fact, we have our weekly meeting. Maybe we can touch base about it on there because I know I have some thoughts that I would love to share, but I know that y'all have a really tight agenda, so I don't want to derail it. But I would love if we could talk about it when we meet.
I think something else that may be helpful is just because we had a presentation a couple months ago about the potential nonprofit, and just for the new board members, it may be helpful to, which is some of the same information you just gave, but maybe even just sending that report back out again.
I can do that.
Thank you, Dr. Thank you, Chair Henry.
You're very welcome. So do we want to move on to the next agenda item or additional committees, representation?
If could we just appoint for that one, and then if whatever's determined that we
I can do that one.
Most of these are redevelopment, so it is possible for the board to determine that one of the redevelopment commissioners will serve on each one of these as a way of both keeping in touch with the redevelopment committee, which goes hand in hand with all of these division keepers for all 3 sites in phase 2 planning, which will begin next year, hopeful construction beginning next year.
Okay, so what we are deciding right now is that these are appointments that should take place among the board or just within the redevelopment staff or commissioners.
So either that's me or Lisa for these ones.
So I have a question about the vision keepers. So we have the redevelopment admin, we have the redevelopment committee, and now we're going to do a vision keepers for each location. Can you explain the difference between what are the difference between the 3? And is there a way to work that in so that, this is a lot of meetings, and it's a lot of meetings.
So the meeting that came out, the potential new meeting days was the attempt staff to
address, I know it's my schedule. I work all the time, so.
Well, no, so this meeting will be, go ahead, Mr. Sales.
No, you can go ahead. I can explain the meetings after you're done.
Okay. Yeah, I would wanted to, the attempt to put them on one day a week and try to align them with the that's what I was talking to you about, having their one one option a month would be an evening meeting, one would be an earlier meeting, just to get individuals who couldn't make it to the earlier one later, or the one get later earlier. And you can go ahead now, Mr. Sells, and explain the difference.
So the Vision Keepers meeting is really an opportunity for us to meet with the resident planners that are involved and stakeholders that are involved in that individual project. So each project is going to have its own contractor. So we have those meetings site specific. So Crescent Halls has its own meeting, and South First Street Phase 1 has its own meeting. The South First Phase 2 is a meeting to prepare for going into construction. So at that meeting, we've talked about the need for a change in engineering services. So who's doing engineering for our site? We've talked about architectural services in that meeting. We've talked about things that we want to make sure we keep on the front burner that the residents might have, that everyone learned from the first two projects. So that meeting, we're not meeting too often for that one. And so that eventually will turn into a Vision Keeper meeting once the project begins, but it's just not there yet. But we do understand the need to keep that meeting afloat and make sure we're not dropping any balls or we're trying to juggle everything else. And the redevelopment committee in general is for future redevelopments and planning. So it should be less of the Phase 1 and Phase 2, the everyday updates and getting into the meats and potatoes of everything. It should be more higher level update and any decision points that have to happen. So at the last redevelopment admin committee meeting, which is made up of only redevelopment vote individuals that hold a voting seat, that meeting we determined the new architectural provider for 6th Street. We determined the engineering service provider for 6th Street as well. So those meetings are for future planning. That committee also decided to move forward with 6th Street and planning at West Haven for redevelopment.
So so I think for those ones too, it's the same as with the parallel track and the redevelopment. I don't even know, but the redevelopment meetings earlier. So I guess if, unless there's objections, to just put me and Lisa down, and if something changes with ability to get there or whatever, and we need to rethink that, then we'll do it.
So this is basically just a way of organizing what you're doing within that committee anyway.
Sounds like it.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
Okay, gotcha.
You guys can put my name down for redevelopment too. I was going like last year, so I'm happy to continue. I have that time, it works for me. Just so we have, it's public notice anyway, right? So there'll be 3 of us, and if one of us can't come.
I think you could attend, but there would be 2 voting members. Am I right?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay.
Okay, so can someone pull this down some so I can see where we're going next on the agenda?
Yes.
Okay.
I believe, Dr. Henry, you may have talked with former Chair Rucker about this, serving on this committee, I believe, the PMT.
PMT, I did.
I don't.
Not that I remember, but
Okay.
Maybe you could explain to me what it's about. Then maybe this is the grant one.
Yes, it's a Strengthening Solution Systems grant, where it's a partnership between FAR, CRHA, and the city on identifying ways where we can improve the process, relationships between the 3 partners.
Okay, I didn't say that, but I would be willing to do it. We have room for another person from, let's see.
No, it's the next one, the hack.
Does
The
the
next-
hack,
The
need
hack,
does hack need a CRHA member or just John?
What does it say? I can't see that far down. Let me pull my screen.
they need to move it down some more. It just says John Sells. I
Yeah,
would put, do you need a board member on there?
I honestly don't know. I've in the past I've only seen a CRHA rep, and that was Grant Duffield. So I don't think so.
Okay.
But I don't know. Maybe you all determined that it's me. I don't know. Maybe that is the case.
That works for us. Unless Lisa, you're sitting over there, you
No,
No more.
No.
She's like me, no mas. No mas.
all right, are we at the end?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so we need to get back to the other document.
That is the agenda.
I think we made it to number 7.
Okay, so then that means that this part of the meeting is adjourned? Assuming someone will,
We're on
Well, item number 7 now.
resolution 1426.
okay. Wait a minute. Okay, I'm just seeing, oh goodness. Okay, give me a second to get back to. How did I manage to lose the agenda?
I'm sitting here chuckling because I got the Vision Keeper meeting notice. Like, I'm not on that. So I didn't come.
I did the same thing. I was like, I can't do another committee meeting.
So now I'm writing it down.
Okay, I have somehow managed to lose the agenda.
I just put it in the chat, what's left. So we're on item 7. It's not, the formatting is terrible, I'm sorry, but at least you'll be able to see it. So we're at item 7, resolution 1426, creation of entity.
Okay,
in connection with South Street, phase 2 redevelopment, attachment C.
Okay, so you said item number 7, which is resolution 1427, creation of an entity in connection with 6th Street redevelopment attachment D. Okay, and this one I defer again to you, Mr. Sells.
Yes.
I think we're on 1426 though.
Yeah, it's, give me a second.
Thank you, Lisa.
And so this, sorry, give me a second. All right, so this resolution is in connection to the redevelopment of South First Street Phase 2, which is where we currently have 58 public housing units. The resident planners have been working on this redevelopment for the last couple of years. And we are excited that last year was awarded tax credit financing. So we are now working on submitting a demo dispo application to HUD. This application will free the property of HUD control, where we can then place it in the new property owners under their ownership, which will be the South First Street Phase 2 LLC, which will be owned and completely controlled by the Housing Authority under the Charlottesville Community Development Corporation. we have to go through this process because the housing authority can't be the owner of the property and still receive tax credit because we don't have any tax liability. So in order to receive tax credit property, the property has to be owned by a taxpayer. So it is in front of you tonight so we can then submit an application through HUD to release the HUD restrictions on the property. We are prepared to submit that application possibly by the end of this month, which will then begin the process of freeing up the property so then we can then tie it to the tax credit and close and begin construction and redevelopment of South First Street Phase 2.
So could you explain a little bit more for, especially for the newer board members, the percentage, what the land lease means in terms of percentage of ownership and just how delicate a situation, because I think we all need to be aware of what it means with the LIHTC, that if anything goes wrong, how ownership could potentially transfer.
Yes, and I'm not the best person to explain that, but I will take a stab at it. So the property is transferred over to a for-profit owner, and the housing authority becomes a managing member with a 0.01% ownership. We retain ownership of the land, which we then lease to the property owner for 99 years. The tax credit works is a 30-year commitment to provide the property at affordability. The tax credit owners really benefit the first 15 years, so they then exit out of most deals after year 15 because they really have no benefit. It becomes a liability because they're taxed on the profit that the agency makes. And so it becomes a liability on there, and then they look to exit. And the housing authority would retain first right of refusal, where we are given an opportunity before anyone else to purchase that property back. Typically, it's at the debt that's owed on the property. So it's going to be whatever we look to find in gap funding and financing to make this deal work. So it could be, I believe, on the other properties, there were loans from the Federal Home Loan Bank, from, I believe, DHC, the Department of Housing and Community Development, and I believe maybe Virginia Housing also provided a loan. But that will then become the buyback, and we will continue paying down the debt till the property is at zero. That will be the cost for us on our end. So there is a liability, there's a risk. The affordability requirement protects the units and ensures that they stay affordable. We have
For how long?
For 30 years. There's a 30-year guarantee affordability to it. Plus, there's an additional 1 year at the back end that kicks in during resale. So you buy an additional year, but it's unmonitored. But if we continue like we all planned, and that's to exercise our first right of refusal, we would continue ownership and it would stay affordable. And so that's what we have for phase 1. And if there's any more questions around that, I could answer those.
So the risk is that the housing authority couldn't buy it back, and then it wouldn't be able to remain affordable after that 30 years. Is that right?
That is a risk, but we plan to, and that is the goal. It's what's identified inside of the agreements between VCDC and the housing authority, that we would receive the first right of refusal and plan to exercise that to acquire the property. And this is the typical deal with every tax credit. It's the same with everyone that involves a housing authority. You have to go through this process in a nonprofit as well. So PHA is going to be doing the same thing with their property, and It's the same thing that happened with the last 3 that was constructed in Charlottesville with Carlton Views 1, 2, and 3.
Once you've relinquished that relationship with HUD, what are the chances of ever going back into a relationship with HUD?
Well, we don't exit the relationship. We'll still have financial commitments in relationship with HUD. They just don't own the property any longer. Right now, they actually own the property, and we are just the manager of the property. So the housing authority isn't on the deed. It's HUD. HUD holds the deed. So with this new structure, the housing authority would eventually hold the deed, and HUD will continue financing. So the commitment is to continue having public housing in the communities, as well as project-based HCV, Section 8 housing choice voucher assistance in the property as well. And so that has been the mixture in Crescent Halls with a 53-52 split, with 53 public housing units and 52 project-based HCV units. That's the same thing with phase 1 of South First Street, with the creation of 63 new units with a mixture of tax credit units, public housing units, and HCV units. And it will be the same thing for phase 2 of South First Street.
And that's why I wanted to make sure that this was stated what the longer term intention was, because I think it's important that it's stated. If none of us are here in 15 years, the people, when they're going back to do their research, they know what the intention of these decisions were. And hopefully, FAR will still be around 15 years from now for the, accountability piece, and we won't fall kind of victim to some of the things that we're seeing that we almost saw with PHA a few years back, that we're seeing with Midway Manor, coming up in the future, that once those tax credits expire, the ownership isn't transferred to an organization typically that's committed to the, affordability that we're talking about.
Okay, so do we need to approve this resolution at this time?
Yes, I would like you to.
Okay.
I move for
motion.
approval.
I second.
Sorry.
Okay,
Commissioner Cooper? Commissioner Goldblatt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
abstain.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Mayor Walker?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Okay. So now we move on to resolution 1428, CRHA video surveillance policy.
Go to 7.
Oh, I missed one.
1427. Yeah.
Okay, 1247, creation of an entity in connection with 6th Street redevelopment, attachment D. Mr. Sells?
You're muted.
Can't hear you, Mr. Sales.
Got it. Sorry. I wanted to share the screen so everyone could see the agenda.
Okay, there
so
we go.
Resolution number 1427 is authorizing the creation of an entity for the redevelopment of 6th Street. We've previously passed the resolution to begin planning for 6th Street. And we have identified resident planners. We've identified a architectural firm and an engineering firm to do the work. And we're looking to start meeting next Sunday, which will be August the 8th, I believe. So we'll start that meeting with the residents to plan, and we are looking to create an entity for the redevelopment. So we plan on submitting a tax credit application in March of 2022. And in that application, it will be for 6th Street. But in order to get tax credit allocation, of course, it can't be owned by the housing authority. So we are looking to create another entity for 6th Street redevelopment, just like we did for phase 2 of South First Street and phase 1.
So 1427 says, 1426 says it's for South First Street Phase 2 apartments. 1427 resolution says the redevelopment of first phase of South, okay, South 6, too many numbers. Sorry, okay.
Yeah, we planned on doing
South 6th Street, okay.
We plan on doing this redevelopment in multiple phases because
Okay.
we do have the current public housing units there. So we are using the method of build first, then move and redevelop. So building additional units to move families before tearing down units to redevelop. So we are continuing with that method and motto here.
Could you share who the architect and the engineering firm are?
The engineering firm is Timmons and the architectural firm is Grimm and Parker.
I moved to approve resolution 1427.
A second.
Commissioner Cooper? Commissioner Goldblatt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson?
Yes.
Mayor Walker?
Yes.
Motion passed.
Move on to resolution 1428 CRHA video surveillance policy.
Sorry, that's me as well. Busy night. This resolution is the creation of a camera policy. So the Board of Commissioners is the only board and the only individuals that can create policies for the housing authority. So during the increased safety issues and concerns last year, we began discussing in the safety committee different options that are out there to address safety. And one of those options that the residents identified was video cameras. But we all thought the best way and only way to install video cameras is to have a clear policy that identifies what they're used for, who can use them, and how it gets used, and where the cameras are placed. So the safety committee was tasked with creating that policy, distributing that policy to the residents and getting feedback. So this began in November, and we are finally here to provide to the board a proposed policy that identifies the purpose of the cameras, the scope, and how those cameras are used, in general practices and responsibilities for the camera footage. So inside of the policy, we have the creation of a board, a community review board that determines how cameras are placed on the site. So it's a site-specific community review board to determine where the cameras are placed on the site and who actually gets to look at that footage. So that board would meet when there's a request submitted to review footage or access footage. This is outside of any subpoenas that may come in from police departments for footage. But this is footage that the residents could request themselves. So that request would go to community review board, who would then determine if that review is adequate based upon the guidelines that are identified in this policy. If there's not going to be any conflict between the individual requesting and something else from another resident. And that review board would hold final decision unless it was submitted to me, which I also act as a board member on that committee. But it could succeed me and go to the board to make a final decision. But the community review board will be the starting place and the final decision maker on that process. So I believe we may have FAR or residents that may want to speak on this. I know I spoke with Ms. Oliver earlier, and she said she would be open, but I don't know if she's on here. No, I don't see her on here. But I know she was in support and she wanted to talk about the process that we undertook to get to this part, this final step, hopefully, because we have solicited firms to install the cameras. We are prepared to submit a proposal to the board at the next meeting, but we wanted to get here first, and we've already identified what firm would be the firm, but we do need to see where the board falls on this and if it's something the board will support. So I'll open this up to any questions from the commissioners.
I have one, and that is, would these video surveillance objects be going up at all of the housing units or specific ones?
It would initially go up in phases. So phase 1 has been identified as 6th Street, West Haven, and South First Street, but it will be rolled out to all the other sites. And the single family homes as well will get the opportunity to access like a Ring doorbell or some type of footage like that at their individual units, since it's not a multi-family site. But we wanted to give options to address everyone's safety needs, including the individuals in the single family homes.
So it would be helpful for me. I understand what you're saying by site. You know, each site will have its own kind of, you know, committee to determine. It still would be helpful to know what even those individuals could potentially review camera footage regarding. And because if this is coming up just for shootings, then why don't we have a list just that says if a shooting occurs in the area?
Well, I think this was to address more of, I envision a shooting would merit the police department requesting to see the footage. And that would not go through the review board because that, in most likely terms, that would be subpoenaed anyway. So that is not one of the items that would fall in there. It was more of like, if a car gets dinged, someone's vehicle hits someone's car, or windows get busted out or something like that, where the resident may have a position where maybe they know who did it and they're in the process, or their insurance company would like footage or something in that situation, and it's less of the more severe, which would be a shooting.
Yeah, so that's my concern here, that we moved away from the reason we started having this discussions, which was to address extreme violence. And then if we allow each individual community to determine what they would like to have viewed, there's no standard there. And that concerns me.
And then also putting up surveillance equipment in places that are being redeveloped would seem like a waste of resources.
The cameras can be easily moved during redevelopments. Portsmouth is going through multiple redevelopments now, and they rolled out the surveillance system a few years ago, and they're just moving them as they redevelop.
Any other thoughts, questions?
I have a question for Commissioner Goldblatt. If there was any, like, what the opposition was in safety meetings, if people came and asked that cameras wouldn't be added, or, you know, what people didn't want put in the policy?
Yeah,
I
so
have
there
that
was,
same question.
yeah, so there was some discussion early on of whether or not we wanted cameras at all, since once they're there, you can't get rid of them and they can catch, you know, they're going to catch whatever they catch. They're just going to be on. So it was an early discussion. There are some people who on this call who might want to, who should speak for themselves if they want to, who were not in favor of cameras. But I think given how afraid residents were and the level of violence, those people who said that they themselves would prefer not to have cameras said that they felt that this was a moment where they were necessary to give residents a sense of safety. So early on in this process, we reviewed some of the literature about whether or not cameras actually make sites safer. And that honestly it's debatable. It's not clear that cameras increase safety, but what they do provide is a feeling of safety on the part of the residents. And this is, you know, ultimately the people who are on the safety committee, it's just who shows up. But for the people who are coming, they felt that providing that sense of security was extremely important in this particular moment, and that residents had been calling for cameras for a really long time, and that it was important to honor that call from residents, but also to have a policy in place, because there are currently cameras at Crescent Halls, but there's no policy for them. So it's not, you know, it's not clear how they can or should be used, and residents felt strongly that if we're going to have cameras to be used in any capacity, there had to be a universal policy by which residents had some control over that footage.
I agree with Mayor Walker on like if we do it by site, that like lack of standardization, I think is a little bit concerning. I'd also like, how hard are these things to fix or replace? Because it's not going to take that long to figure out where they are. And if people don't want to be videoed, they can just break them or take them.
So the firm that we are working with provided a 4-year, not only maintenance, but manufacturer's warranty. So any damage to a camera, he will respond within 24 hours to either replace or repair. This is excluding any disasters, of course. But for your typical situation of cut wires or someone shooting it out or throwing rocks at it, that will be their response time.
So what you're saying is that the installation of cameras has already occurred on some of the units or sites. And so this just is a way of streamlining or establishing a policy for overall.
There's already cameras at Crescent Halls and they've been there for a while. We're looking at cameras on the other sites, and this would create a policy around that. So yes, that is correct. But we have not started working on installing cameras, but due to the requests of the residents, and this has been in the 5-year plan for several years and in the annual plan to add cameras to the sites. So since it has been there, we went forward with soliciting a firm to do the work, but we have not awarded a contract, which will then come to this board for final approval.
Are we prepared to vote on this? Somebody want to call the question to approve this resolution on CRHA video surveillance policy?
I have one more question for Commissioner Globat. So in the safety committee meetings, there was discussions about other matters other than the violence.
Do you mean like for the cameras?
Yeah.
No, the cameras really we have mostly been focused on violence. We've had other discussion about things like where bus stops are and and the police presence, but the cameras, the discussion has always been about stopping violence on CRHA sites.
Okay. So,
but I think that the discussion of the policy came about because there was an understanding in part, Mayor Walker, because you had brought this up in prior meetings, that the cameras are going to capture everything, not just violence. And so there should be a policy governing their use.
Yeah, and so my thinking, I wasn't a part of those discussions, but if we are saying that we want to make sure if there's shootings in the areas that is, on camera, if someone is, murdered in the area, that is. But if we get into, if there's not a list, and then if we can go from whether there's a shooting and a murder to if someone's car is hit, or a kid throws a rock and a window is smashed out, that anything can be looked at on the camera. I think for me, that's when we get into dangerous territory. And there will probably always be stuff to provide surveillance of. We see the videos of like the ring light videos, where people were taking Christmas presents off a porch and they were able to, arrest based on that. If we are getting into that territory where anything anyone brings up and decides, then I think that's different from even with how this conversation, started. So that's the concern for me.
I'd be concerned about minors too. And, picking up information on minors that are, less or criminal than violent, but sometimes misbehavior. And how that would be used by CRHA and that type of thing.
All right.
So are we prepared to call the question on this? I move that we approve resolution 1428 CRA video surveillance policy. Anyone want to second that?
Ms. Goldblatt, I got to be honest with you, I'm looking at you.
If no one seconded, then the motion fails. We move on.
Yeah, I mean, I'll second. I was in these conversations when we were developing it.
Commissioner Cooper? Commissioner Goldblatt?
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Green?
Yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green?
Yes.
Dr. Henry?
Abstain.
Commissioner Jackson? Mayor Walker?
No.
Okay. So the motion carries. So now.
Motion carries.
So we turn to department updates. And eviction prevention discussion.
Yes. So we have Ms. Claudette Green, the eviction prevention specialist, here to do a presentation on our plan and process for dealing with families that are behind or delinquent in rent. The eviction moratorium ends this month, at the end of this month. So we've been working with families. And so I have Ms. Green here tonight to talk about the process and what we would do to help families out and prevent evictions.
Good evening, everybody. For the month of July, we had about 110 families. And what I did was I reached out to as many as I could by phone, which was about 58, 34. I actually got to talk to someone, 24 calls. I left messages. 16 families didn't have phones. So I did knocks, talks, walks, just trying to reach out to them to talk about what their needs were, why they were late. I work very closely with the asset manager and the director of housing with the delinquent rents. A lot of people, when I spoke to them this month especially, were some people just forget for some reason. They'll have the money order in their purse or on their dresser. Everybody has been very, very nice about when I call, getting their rents in and making a commitment to getting their rents in. And actually, you know, most of them live up to it. It's a few who don't. I've been working with a few with the RRP program, the rent release program, and getting families hooked up and having them to work through the application process and helping them to fill that out for those who have some rent issues and they really just can't make the rent. Of the 110, 7 families I didn't really bother to contact because it was under $10. It was like $2, $3, which I've started calling them just to let them know they were a little shy, but not for them to go out and buy another money order in July, but to add it to their August rent. I get referrals from the asset managers and the director of housing for lease violation issues that are non-criminal related issues to work with families who could be facing eviction. I guess the most recent one we worked with was 2 neighbors and children, and it was a very successful outcome. We're still working with them. I have made some check-off lists that when I knock on doors, it's easier for me to leave something on the door to let them know I've been by, to call me, or whatever the case may be. A lot of people have been calling to give their phone numbers because they know I've knocked on the door and they don't want me knocking on their door. I think it's about the only thing pretty much. We had 35 families that either they paid the rent before I started really getting out there, making the calls and walking, or I actually knocked on their door, or they moved out. We had one household, the person had died. I am working closely with some agencies, with a couple of the families that's helping them with their rent to make sure, you know, they're paying it, but that we can get them on track and keep them on track. That's about it.
Thank you. Executive Director update.
Thank you. And thank you, Ms. Green. So the update I have tonight, I'm sure everyone wants to hear about what's going on with Crescent Halls. So we do have a redevelopment update. I can touch on it slightly, but I was looking to focus more on what we're doing to address the troubled status. So we finished our financial year in March. We submitted our financials in June. And so when we submitted our financials, we did pretty well. We ended the year pretty well. We finished with 2 months of reserve, over 2 months of reserve, which is the HUD standard. And so we are going to check off that. The previous 2 years, we've ended with negative reserve amount. So this is the first time in a few years, and we will meet our financial cap 2 years in advance of what was scheduled. So that is completed. We will have our financial audit, independent audit, in October, and that will finalize the scores, which then HUD will release the finding. So we still have a little steps we got to take, but the hard work is done, and it's just waiting for the audit to happen, and then having HUD to verify and certify those scores. We do have 30 vacant units. Of that, 4 of the units are completed. We are just waiting to lease those units up. Maintenance team is working pretty fast to finish the units. We have 3 teams working on the vacant units. So we're currently working on 3 units at this moment. We are estimating those units will finish by the end of this month. We've had a little issue dealing with capacity in the housing staff. We were down 1 property manager all last month, or majority of last month, and I think the first week of this month. And so we had a very limited capacity. We were dealing with a crisis at Crescent Halls that required all of our attention, to include the city, was very helpful in that, and we are still dealing with that. So we were behind in leasing up, but that's because we had all of our capacity working on the Crescent Halls issue. We now have our second asset manager, so we are looking to lease those units up. Plus, we also have Ms. Claudette Green, working with the housing staff to get those units leased. We did have the CMAP ended for the year, and we do have a estimate of what our score is going to be, and we're estimating it's going to be a 74, which will also get us out of trouble status. The last 2 years, we had a score of 0. So with that score, will get us out of trouble status. We will be a standard performer. That score will need to still be certified by HUD, but that is just our internal score from inputting the numbers based upon looking at the files that we must look at an audit. So that certain percentage of files, we're estimating that we're going to have a score of 74. Some of the things that really hurt us in previous years, HQS inspections, we hadn't completed them in years. I think we were looking at 2 or 3 years. So towards the end of last year, in February and March, Melinda Height, Claudette Green, Brano, and myself, we completed over 157 HQS inspections to clear up those findings. The team worked really hard to ensure that every family completed an annual certification, and the rent reasonableness software was both purchased and implemented. So we highlighted a few of the big items that we were having issues with, and we took care of them. So that cleared up the opportunity for us to clear that finding. Like I said, it will not clear until HUD certifies the score, but right now we're estimating at 74. The Crescent Halls, today we moved all the families that were currently living in Crescent Halls to hotel units, so we can do some additional work on pipe testing to determine what steps we take next in the redevelopment of Crescent Halls. Those residents will be out the building until August the 3rd, which is next Tuesday. Next Tuesday, they will come back to the building. I'd like to do a special thank you to Kat. Garland Williams provided transportation, not only this time to move the residents, but every time we've had to move residents, he's provided at least 1 bus and multiple times 2 buses to move the families to the multiple hotels we have them staying at until we can get the building reoccupiable. We do have an inspection from HUD on Wednesday at 9 a.m. And they will determine if we can reoccupy the building. They received a complaint from the field office about the integrity of the building. So they will be coming to inspect the building on Tuesday to make their determination. It's going to be an unscored audit, but it's going to have all the findings identified and determine if the building is occupiable. That is all of the updates I have tonight, and I'll open up for any questions that you all may have.
How do you feel about the audit?
The financial audit?
The building audit for Crescent Halls?
I'm concerned no matter what, because if it's determined the building is non-occupiable, then we must find those units that are needed, which right now we need 30, we needed 34 units for the families that were already staying in hotels, because we have made the decision to move those families out of the hotels and into a temporary living situation in a apartment unit. We have lined up units at Carlton Views 3, which is a new development. And we're reaching out to other landlords to find additional units for those families. What the schedule and the proposal that we received from a firm to do the work to get the building or that side of the building into a livable state was estimated at least 60 days. And if we were to move forward that way, we would still have several challenges that we would need to address, such as moving the families in and then moving them back out. Not to even mention the financial impact that we would have to house the families in a hotel for the next 60 days. And the other issue is, and I think Jay could probably touch on this a little better than I can, we would still have multiple challenges with having the families, moving the families back into the building, and then trying to continue the redevelopment floor by floor that we've encountered as we do the work on the 7th and 8th floor. There were certain expectations that the construction team had of what they would uncover when they removed the walls, and that is not the case. So it's additional hurdles that the contractor need to jump through anyway to continue the redevelopment at a floor by floor approach. So this tower approach that we are now looking into may be the best option to move forward with. So that is what we are doing with the residents that are there. Plus, at multiple meetings, residents have expressed concern about moving multiple times. When we moved the residents the initial night, within that week, we did at least 2 or 3 hotel moves. And we are running into that situation where if we continue with staying in hotels, we will have to do multiple moves. UVA has already started to acquire rooms in the Charlottesville area for sporting events, for their students coming back to campus. Due to COVID concerns, they are acquiring the units and they can spend more money than we can spend on the units. So we are receiving a discounted rate. And just this week, when we were attempting to move the residents, when we were looking at the cost for the weekend, they skyrocketed at most of the hotels to $300 or $400 a night, compared to what we're paying right now at $99 a night.
So what's your confidence level that anybody's going to be able to go back next week or on the 3rd?
I'm hoping. I do believe if they're looking at the building if they're looking at the building two separate means the left wing and the right wing, there should not be an issue. The problem may lie when they're looking at the 2 wings together. The city separated it as occupied building and unoccupied building. The west wing is unoccupied, and those units are not in livable condition. And we're not trying to occupy that side of the building. The east wing is occupiable. The units are in occupiable condition, and the city had no problem with us occupying those units. So I think if they look at it as 2 separate, and they are separated, we have temporary doors up that are locked keep access from that side of the building. So we're taking the steps to provide the safety to the residents. And so we're hoping that it's looked at that way, which is the way the city looked at it. But if it is not, we may have an issue.
Is there anything that we can do to like get ahead of that or influence how they're looking at it before that day?
No, I talked to him today, and I tried to get a understanding of what he was trying to do and what he was looking for, and he would not fully commit to anything. He did tell me that he will be looking at both sides of the building, occupied and unoccupied. So we will see. I'll know more on Wednesday morning.
And I want to chime here just to be on the record as a person that one of the HUD representatives called, along with several city staff members. And there was great concern that the city had rushed to reoccupy the building and wasn't considerate of the health and well-being of the residents of the building. I did follow up with Chief Smith and Chip Boyles, who had sent some of the city crews back out to look at the building again. And they had conversations with the HUD representative too. And after they went back out to the buildings again, left with the same conclusion. So what am I trying to share? Because I'm having a conversation in my head. My concern here, and I've explained this to Mr. Sales, it seemed to me that there was a lot of energy around this inspection. If all the residents move out in a permanent location and stay in those permanent locations, if they are able to, then I think, and if I'm wrong, you all explain to me. And I went downtown and rode around downtown again because I was concerned about the same thing with PHA property. The affordability piece for Crescent Halls may come into question. And I'm speculating, assuming, I don't have any proof, but I hope that's not what is driving this, and that it's truly just the well-being and safety of the building. So I was down there today again, looking at the constructions up there, and both for Crescent Halls and PHA, there have been concerns about the affordability piece, how to make the units more affordable, which don't come into questions. There's new construction on the ACAC old parking lot, the buildings beside the railroad track that are now, I think, office space, that is there. And you all know that on every side of Friendship Court and across from Crescent Halls in two directions, there are, X Park and then ACAC, the new developments across there. And for some reason, no one ever has the conversation about that equating mixed use, mixed income, which has always been my problem. So the last available land for low income people in those areas then have to be mixed income, mixed use. And if we lose the vouchers associated with these properties, then it's almost an automatic, unless I'm missing something for at least Crescent Halls. And that's concerning for me. So that's my spill. But in terms of the city, not all of them stated that no one would have approved for people to go back into an unsafe building if they were not able to go into it. I didn't do the inspections, I wasn't with them, but I hope that that is the case. I attempted to convey that to the HUD representative. I also attempted to convey that when there was discussion about how we arrived at this situation in the first place, that I was one of the people that was at the tables for many of the meetings, and you all know how many concerns I have addressed, but that Mr. Sells was also there as far as at the table, you know, that there was just a lot of people at the table other than the previous executive director. And I think, you know, sometimes I don't complete my thought. Maybe that was one of the times that I didn't. I don't think I did, but, you know, it was assumed like that I was not holding people accountable. But my comment was, if I threw anybody under the bus during that comment, I also threw myself under the bus because I acknowledged that I was there too. And so that was just my attention, and that hopefully, since all of this is new for all of us, that we're learning stuff along the way and that we'll get better, you know, as time goes on. I'll stop talking now.
Okay, on that bit of depressing thoughts, we'll turn to public comments.
Could I ask a quick question about that?
Oh, sure. Oh, sure.
Sorry. I don't think I understand what Mayor Walker is saying, that if moving out, then there's a question whether it can maintain its affordability. I didn't quite understand.
So I can probably explain that one.
Okay.
So the property was determined sustainable based upon having the mixture of the public housing and the HCV, project-based vouchers, attached to the site. Because the project-based voucher provide more subsidy to the project owner when it comes to rental amounts. So you just get more money from HUD for a project-based voucher than you do for public housing. Even when you calculate the operating funding and the CFP funding, capital funding, you still get more money with the project-based voucher. So if the project-based vouchers are no longer available for the site, one of the concerns is, so how do you keep the project affordable? In this current situation, a majority of the residents that live at Crescent Halls, it's 40% AMI and lower, with a majority of them being 30% or lower. So if we had no project-based vouchers that we could place on the site, we would then need to provide the units that are available at 60% AMI, possibly, to keep the project affordable. So naturally, you're not helping the same families that you were helping before, because you don't have the subsidy that you can provide to those families. It's a very small chance that all the voucher holders would decide not to come back, but it could happen. And so I have to mention that, but we are looking at other ways where we could look for some assistance in providing vouchers. So we do plan to submit an additional application at the beginning of the year in 2022 for additional project-based vouchers for Crescent Halls, in case residents determine not to come back. I will say some have already said they might not come back, but some have also said, hey, this is home. I want to come back. I don't want to leave in the first place. But I know to get this redevelopment done, it's best that we leave. So we're getting a little bit of both. So it's a chance that they might not come back, but I think we may be able to find a way to make it work, even with reduced vouchers. Maybe it's less than 52 vouchers on the site, but we do think there will be some vouchers, which will reduce the number of 60% AMI tenants that we'll need to make it work, the project work.
Can I ask just one follow-up question, just to try to get all the financial pieces in order? If we were a nonprofit or had a nonprofit arm and we were writing grants, are there grants to provide deeper affordability that we would be eligible for? Like, I'm just saying, if this process had started and CRHA had a nonprofit arm, would we have been eligible to apply for grants years ago when this process began that would have allowed us to say, we have additional grants in addition to the vouchers to ensure deeper affordability?
Yes and no. And that's really a hard one to find, because it's really about what what grants are available. So there are grants out there to make the property more affordable, such as this, affordable special needs housing, which reduces the AMI levels that you can provide, but it provides you additional funding. But housing authorities can qualify for those. But there may be some other ones that housing authorities cannot qualify for, that even nonprofits can qualify for. I just can't give you a yes or no. But I will say there are grants out there that reduce the amount of households you can assist and restricts it to a lower AMI.
Okay, thank you.
And in the future, cities could also do that. Hint, hint.
Any more questions, thoughts?
It's a whole lot to unpack. I think I need to, there's no action we need to take on this. It's just that's just an update.
Yeah, that's just an update. We have a redevelopment update next. And so we have Jeff Meyer, who is from VCDC, and he's really the finance guru. So if you have more finance related questions around the redevelopment, that would be the person to ask. We have Jay Kessler, who is the owner's rep through AHG Affordable Housing Group. And we also have Ashley Davies. I believe she's still on here. She was earlier, maybe we lost her. But she is also with AHG. So Jay, do you want to take it?
I can. Hello, everybody. I appreciate you inviting me to join you tonight and give a quick update. I help look after, represent the owner on the construction side with the contractors, architects, kind of managing and keeping the projects moving forward. Give you a kind of a high level update on both of them. I'll start with Crescent Halls. Since we've been talking about that, obviously there's some challenges out there with the pipe break and that John's been talking about. One of the tomorrow morning, starting at 2 a.m., we have a company in that will be testing, X-ray inspecting a randomly selected number of copper pipe joints. I think most of you may know that during the design phase, we check pipe wall thickness to make sure the pipe still had plenty of useful life. It had like 70 to 100 years of useful life left. Nobody expected a solder joint to break. So we're gonna have this company X-ray those. Depending on findings, we will discuss and either and have CRHA or Crescent Halls Reno make a decision about moving forward with current plan to keep and reuse the main piping, or if we have to decide that needs to be replaced as the right thing to do. So we'll have some information about that end of day tomorrow, end of day Wednesday. Will be getting discussed so that we can make some decisions. Other kind of significant item going on is our site plan amendment with the city. The process started in mid-November of 2020. We're down to really one item left, which is around it's around bike storage. The city requested during review that we provide bike racks. So we complied and did that with 32 bike racks on the site, which is how many they wanted. Now the last hang up is indoor bike storage. So we're working to get that resolved. By our reading of the zoning code, it's not required. Virginia Housing doesn't require it according to Colin Arnold. And it was never requested by the residents, but that's our one hang up to the site plan, which is important because the site plan being in review progress with the city, they've limited our use of or GMA's use of the construction yard. You may recall, I can't remember if it was reported to the board here, that we actually have a stop work order. The city's given us a little more leeway on temporary stone But we need to get that lifted and get the construction yard fully turned over and utilized by GMA.
I didn't know this. So you're saying that part of the stop work order was a hang up on how many current people are able to ride bikes?
I don't know the answer to that. The hang up on the stop work order is because if we had never submitted a site plan amendment, GMA could have used the construction yard as planned by right. The city determined that since we did have a site plan under review and it did show work that will take place in the regrading work that'll take place in the area of the construction yard, once they no longer need the construction yard and can finish out the project, that we were wrong to start without the site plan approved. So our path to get the stop work lifted is site plan approval. The last item we really have to get resolved is this bike rack. We went on and complied with the request to put in the 32 bike racks, which are all typical exterior along sidewalks at front of building. By zoning code, that's a requirement. So we are complying and doing that. After we did that, the storage came up, providing lockable indoor storage for bikes. And so I think that was on the 4th submission of the site plan that came up. So that's kind of our one hurdle. We do have to get comments back on utility easement plat, some kind of routine stuff. We're just waiting for review comments, but the bike rack is our hurdle to get to an approved site plan and put that behind us.
I just want to note this. I want this to be on record. We are now holding up the construction on affordable housing for storage lockers for bikes instead of just bike racks. Mayor, this is what I talked to you about the other day. Construction of affordable housing in the city for bike storage. Now I'm going to turn off my camera so I can shake my head.
So I'm happy to discuss it. We don't need to tie everybody up. I'm happy to discuss that more. We are looking for a way to get that resolved and get to an approved site plan. On construction schedule at Crescent Halls, everything about Crescent Halls right now has a lot of moving parts, including the GMA construction schedule. We've definitely had some impact on their work and being able to utilize the construction yard as we just spoke. That's had some impact on them. There have been changes in the asbestos and scope and discovery of some mold that once we started demolition, opened up walls, found things that were concealed during the initial testing and design phase. On the asbestos, there's been some pluses and there've been some credits and minuses. So, but we're working all that out. Everything as far as being done containment and protection of residents, that's all good and being inspected by our environmental health consultant. But there are some scope changes there. We made a decision based on condition of existing drywall during design. We chose to save as much drywall, especially in the corridors, as possible. But we're realizing the right thing to do is to remove all drywall and both in the corridors and what we were trying to save inside the apartments. So we're waiting on change order pricing so we can turn that loose. That also has to do with some of the mold that we found both in that corridor wall and some of the apartment walls. So
has that cost come back down? I know that some of the meetings that I've been in, drywall was one of those things that had increased in pricing. Has that changed?
I'm not aware of anything about drywall pricing increases that are affecting us. Really, we've just given, I think it was a week ago Friday, last Friday, we made the decision, meeting with Colin Arnold and our environmental health consultant, Joel Loving, and then talking to John and Jeff, that the right thing to do was to replace the sheetrock. We're waiting on pricing. We might be shocked at the price when we get it, but we need to kind of drop back and do that on 7th and 8th floor where we did the removal per the original scope. And then also work out that going forward, as we turn over 65432 to the contractor, that either in the original horizontal plan or in these vertical towers, that we know ahead of time that we've revised the scope and they can just hit it and run with it when they get to that floor. And then some of the work is just taking a little longer than I think what GMA is had anticipated. So they're working on a schedule update that reflects these changes. Add into the mix our discussions of, are we going to empty the building, which would let them accelerate the work, and turn the whole building over to them, or this, as we're calling it, the project, this option B of turning over they still have 7th and 8th floor horizontally, but turn over 2 through 6 to them on the west end of the building that was water damaged, and let them do that stack vertically, which in a lot of ways solves challenges with doing this renovation, because all your utilities, with the exception of sprinkler piping, are vertical. They all run vertically up through the apartments. That's always been a challenge with the horizontal plan that was originally proposed to the residents and what they had counted on.
So we had discussions about the towers and that potentially being the renovation. Was the only thing relocation? Was that the only reason we went a different direction, or were there other reasons?
As I recall, it was about a year ago, so I'll think I have a pretty good memory, but I'm not looking back at notes. One was, at that point, the proposal was to do 3 towers. And so I'm going to get the numbers wrong, but I think that required, instead of having 30 vacant apartments, I think it required us to have 45 units vacant to be able to relocate residents only on site. And so the numbers were a challenge with doing on-site relocation in 3 vertical stacks, because 5 times 7, sorry, I think it would have been 35 instead of 30. So I think it pushed us on the number of units. Is that right? That was one thing. The other thing is doing the east end and the west end all worked really well. But when you get to the center, you're going to have residents who are living on either end of the building and having to cross through construction of apartments, in front of apartments under renovation, and the corridors. Now that we're, and with that was going to be pretty disruptive and dirty. And we had the concern about COVID and having contractors and residents on the same floor at the time. We've talked about that. COVID is still a concern, but with reduced transmission and vaccines pretty well deployed in our community and accepted in our community, it's still a concern, but it's not as much. Plus, as John pointed out to me today, residents and construction workers are all mingling and talking on site anyway. So our concern about keeping them separated might have been more than the residents' concern about staying separated. By doing the 2 towers instead of 3, that lets you only really have to have commingling of residents and construction work right at the elevator lobby and that center corridor. Residents would not be asked to walk by other apartments that are under renovation. Either the east side is closed off or the west side is closed off. So that still presents some challenges, but I think we've all been through buildings that are under renovation and still open to residents and public and occupants. And I think that's more manageable. It's smaller scope that could be done at night if needed to limit as you're putting in ceilings and floors and painting to do things that are, so it's less disruption. So as of last Friday, we asked GMA to work with us and our design team on, can we make this 2-tower work? Are there any hurdles that we can't get past? Is there anything that would trip us up so we can give John reliable information to make a decision on? So
all of that will
then,
be contingent on the inspection this week, right?
Right, yeah. John told me today about the HUD inspection. And so, yeah, if they decide we can't bring residents back in, then that'll force our hand to turn the building over entirely. And, as far as disruption to residents, even if the building is half occupied, there's still shutdowns and outages to schedule. There's a complete changeover of electrical, which we will provide generators that keep the building running, and they won't really know that it's down, but that's a challenge. There's still going to be water, and we're getting a lot of water and piping shutdown requirements taken care of in this week, but there'll still be some to come. There's the work on the site work once that's approved. It's still living in the middle of a renovation project. So it would be easier to do it empty, but we understand the challenges with emptying the building, and GMA's commitment was to do the project while occupied, and that's what they're up for doing. As you can imagine, with all these balls up in the air, we've got some change order work that were in budget impacts that we need to sort out. We have approved a reasonable number of change orders. Some of them, the residents decided about deleting this glass wall enclosure for the breezeway. They just wanted to keep it as an exterior breezeway. That actually saved us about $100,000. We've had some savings on asbestos that wasn't what was expected, but there was less work on some floors. We haven't gotten the ads that we're expecting yet, but right now we actually have a net savings of about $40,000. But as we work out these other things, that will disappear. And the big one hanging out there is if we decide all the copper pipe that we had planned to reuse has to be replaced. I'll let Jeff speak to the revenue side of that budget. He's been working to get some additional funding available. And Jeff, I don't know if you want to talk kind of your part of Crescent Halls before we flip to South First Street, or if you want me to finish up and then you pick up. All right. I thought Jeff was out there.
Jeff, you're going to have to unmute.
And to unmute, you would press *6 on your phone, Jeff.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Can anybody hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
We can hear you, Jeff.
Looking like when he unmutes, he can't hear us.
His
Can
connection
anyone
may
hear
be
me?
tricky. Jeff, we can hear you. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can.
Okay, go ahead with the commission.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, commissioners, and for letting me speak. And I'm sorry for the difficulty in getting online here. Yeah, just to follow up what Jay was saying, thank you for that detailed report on the potential changes in the scope of construction. And John, I think it's spoken to the extent of the relocation effort that's going to have to take place. On the finance side, we have had some luck, really unintentionally. We applied in March for additional low-income housing tax credits for Crescent Halls and South First Street, but we learned that we could not apply for those credits for Crescent Halls because of the cost per unit thresholds that we were at that time exceeding, and of course we're going to exceed them even more. So we applied in April for additional funds, some of which are for the energy efficiency improvements that we're making at Crescent Halls, but also some state money that we were successful in receiving. So we received $834,000 just recently from the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development. And that will hopefully help to offset some of the increases in relocation and scope that Jay just described. In addition, separately, VHDA had been asking developers around the state who had their projects in construction what the scale of cost increases were that were related to the pandemic, kind of things that we experienced, where we started out anticipating a much lower total development cost and construction cost for the building, and by the time we were finished, it ended up being almost $5 million more. Much of that probably or potentially related to COVID. Material costs increases, labor cost increases, just kind of psychological costs among contractors and subcontractors about the uncertainties in the marketplace, and our project was being priced right at the height of that. So I think we could lay a lot of that cost increase at that doorstep. And so we responded to VHDA's survey, and then they invited developers to apply for up to $150,000 more of low-income housing tax credits, which we did immediately. And we are expecting to get that $150,000. We had a conversation with the director of the program, explained to them not only the increases that we suffered as a result of the pandemic, but also the most recent problems that we've been having as a result of the water leak. So we don't have it yet, but we are anticipating getting that additional $150,000, which would translate to over $1 million worth of additional funds into the project to offset these costs. And Jay, I don't know if you're gonna go off to South First Street now, but I will say that we also received additional funds for South First Street from both the Virginia Department of Housing and Community Development, as well as from Virginia Housing through the Low-Income Housing Tax Credit Program, amounting to almost $1,500,000. And what we'll do is we'll use that to the greatest extent possible. We haven't had at this point any significant change orders or cost increases. There may be some down the road, but what we'll do is we'll reduce some of the funds that came from the donors and hopefully be able to extend the use of those funds for phase 2 and for South 6th Street and for future redevelopment. So all in all, on the finance side, it's starting to look much better. I'll just finish up by saying that we are, I think I heard John already report this, but we are about to submit the demolition disposition applications and mixed finance applications to HUD, which would allow us to change the ownership structure for South First Phase 2 and move forward with our development. We're hoping to receive approvals from HUD by the end of the year, and that would put us in a position to close on the financing in the spring and be ready to start construction whenever we can relocate residents off that property. And that's all I'll say and turn it back to Jay.
All right, thanks, Jeff. So Jeff has all the good news. On South First Street, I think you're aware we had a site plan amendment out to coordinate some things from when the plan was originally approved in March of 2019 for the tax credit application and the reality of the final design. We did get that signed at the end of June. So that is good to go. That was a 6-month process. Unfortunately, we're having to turn right around and start another site plan amendment because we found that the storm sewer that was shown on the existing conditions survey is not located where it was shown. That's created a conflict with sanitary sewer, and it's going to have to get replaced. Then we've got some other issues with the riprap channel for the end of that. So we have a storm sewer issue on site. And then we knew we were going to have to do a separate submission for offsite utilities, which I've been in construction for over 40 years. I've never had to do this before, but we have to provide a site plan that shows limits of disturbance, erosion and sediment control, et cetera, and obtain environmental permits from the state in order for Dominion Power to bring underground service from north of the Baptist Church to our site. Fortunately, this will also serve phase 2 as well. Apparently new regulations require all that be done. So we're working on exactly what Dominion needs, and we will get another site plan submission in. The piece about the storm sewer is going to be critical for us to get resolved because that could have an impact on the contractor schedule. We need to get that pipe relocated and get the parking lots finished. At this point, talking with folks at NDS, they seem to be in a collaborative posture and understand nobody knew the storm sewer was in the wrong spot, and we need to get that worked out and sort out a couple of other things related to that. So hopefully we're going to have a work session with them later this week or more likely next week, get it submitted and can hopefully get approval in August. That's our time frame, which that will be tight. As far as work on site, if anybody's been by, you've seen concrete slabs sitting there for a while. Braden has been doing the work they can do, but they got caught in a delivery shortage, supply chain issue with wood framing products. They tell me that's gotten worked out. They expect to have wood being delivered no later than mid-August, and we will see buildings 1 and 2 going up, which will be good to see. Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's been, unfortunately, they've been working on parking lots and drives. So yeah, you see more stone and and curb and things out there, but unfortunately, those two buildings still look like that. Probably 6 weeks or more since the concrete slabs were placed. But by the time you meet again, there should be vertical wood framing construction going up, which will be great to see. To stay on schedule, we need to have the silt pond that's towards the back of the site. We need to be approved to fill that in and get the foundations for building 3 started by early November. So that's become our critical path target date there to keep the project on schedule for a late June 2022 completion, which speaks to the relocation to get phase 2 started. So it's doable, but this storm sewer being in the wrong location is thrown a wrench into it that we need to solve and get that moving. We don't have any, as far as budget goes on the expense side, we've got some budget changes, but nothing major with the contractor. The largest thing will be this storm sewer replacement, and we don't know what the replacement looks like yet or the order of magnitude. It won't be enormous, but it'll be the most significant change we have out there. The other budget item we have is outside of the contractor's scope, but it's our water meter and sewer tap fees, which we've ended up with a third meter because we're supposed to have 2 meters, one that serves building 1 and 2 and one that serves building 3. The city's requiring it wasn't required in the initial site plan, but now is required, a separate meter for the community resource center because that can't be covered under the affordable housing discount rate. And then our 2 water meters that we had planned were increased in size. So I've given John the numbers. I don't remember them off the top of my head, but we're going to write a bit larger check to the city for our water meters and sewer tap fees than we anticipated. But those are our only real budget items that we're tracking out there. And as Jeff just said, fortunately, we don't want to spend dollars that we don't have to, but through his work, we've got a little cushion that will help us cover that, but we want to hold on to everything we can so other dollars can be repurposed for other work. So any questions on South First Street or even back on Crescent Halls?
So Jay?
Yeah.
Quickly on Crescent, they're not applying the right code section to Crescent Hall.
That was my reading and Ashley's reading.
So they should apply 34-881, period. That's what it is. It's very clear in that code that the facilities may be required. The state code is extremely clear on may versus shall. Shall is in 34-882 for this property to be zoned in the West Main East or West Main West. It is not that. They can't apply shall. You can't set a precedence on a code if it's clearly written. There's no ambiguity in this code. It's clearly written. It's a may.
The choir here.
And there's I understand. So, but the other part to it is the city attorney needs to take a look at the Supreme Court ruling on what shall is versus may. Because there was a new ruling back in November of 2020. But you can't just pick and choose what you want to do. It's very clear in the code. There's no ambiguity. A lot of code there is, but this particular section there's not. And if it's clear in the code, you can't then go back to look at the design standards manual. It's not a pick and choose situation.
We agree with you, but we need to somehow get neighborhood development reading it that way.
How do they can't pick and choose to read it if it's against state law.
So we pointed out what you just did, Lisa, and Ashley did it, not me directly. I wasn't. Ashley and I had the conversation. We read the code. She went back to them, and as John said, she's no longer on to speak to it, but emails that were shared, it didn't, that I got copied on, it did not change any minds. So we're open to however we get that conversation going to help bring it to resolution, because I think at that point, the Crescent Hall site plan can move forward to approval.
You don't have this kind of time and you don't have this kind of money, but what has to happen is you've got to then appeal their decision. Tell them you want their decision in writing, and basically they have by this email. Appeal the decision and say, prove it, because it's not going to hold up in a court of law. It's just not. It's there. There's a state law, and it's even in the state code.
We hadn't thought about
what the difference in shall and may.
We hadn't
Appeal
thought
the
about
decision.
the
This is
BZA.
insane. I don't know if you should appeal to the BZA on this one. I'd have to look at that. Let me look at that.
Well, I would think.
But yeah, I guess it would if it's a zoning decision, then appeal to the BZA.
Yeah, it's not a building decision. It's yeah, that would go different route.
Right.
It's zoning. So we can talk about it tomorrow. We're looking to figure this out, and happy to set up a call with you and Ashley and I, and we can come up with the best plan we can to try to move forward.
There needs to be a meeting with the city attorney, Chip. You don't need to meet without Chip, and whoever now is leading NDS. And let's sit down and let's have a little quick discussion about how you read Virginia law. You can't pick and choose.
If there are no more questions for Jay or Jeff, Kathleen, do you have anything else to add to the redevelopment update?
I just wanted to let everyone know we have posted an update to our Section 3 policy, and I wanted everyone to see it early, just as we put it out for the 45-day notice. So that was part of your board packet. And we've also begun a Section 3 advisory committee. We had our very first meeting, and if Commissioner Green would like to talk on that.
Yeah, I can just share that policy that Kathleen sent out. You know, if people want to read it and review it and have questions, I have other, Section 3 kind of paperwork that I could try and succinctly share. Section 3 is like a really good opportunity to try to get long-term employment for residents of public housing. So it would be really cool if we can get the program up and running while we have so many dollars going into redevelopment. But we also need this policy to really, we need the bids and the bids that we give to contractors to embed Section 3 in it, so that when we have residents who are able to be employed, that they get a fair shot of being employed, because the code is a little bit wobbly, but it is a HUD mandate. So yeah, it's a little convoluted, but you can ask me, and obviously you can ask Joy, but if you can't get a hold of Joy because she's super busy, direct your questions to me and I'll take them to the advisory committee. But we want a really robust policy. So that's that.
Thank you. I also had one other update. We had some recommended changes to the voting members of the redevelopment committee. Let me see if I can share the screen real quick. Here we go. These were the suggested changes. We were changing Brandon Collins to Shelby Edwards now that FAR has an executive director. Elaine Poon, with her new role, has been just incredibly busy, and she would like her designee to be Emily Dreyfus. Brenda Kelly has asked that we remove her name and just say city rep. And we also, at the last board meeting, there was a lot of conversation, and there still was not a decision made about whether the city rep would be a voting member or not of the committee. And the final suggested change is a 6th Street resident, Shaniqua Williams, who's been really involved. She was on the panel when we were looking at possible engineers as well as architects. And what I'm looking for tonight is any questions from the board and hopefully approval of this.
So was there a discussion to have, were we changing it to replace Alex with Brenda, or is it just anyone that?
Yeah, it never officially happened. And then Brenda reached out to me and she said they would like it just to say city rep. She sent an email with that.
The problem I have with that is there needs to be some continuity. And is this just like who draws the short straw they send into the meeting?
Well, I said to her, am I still including you on emails? And she said, yes, for now. So,
but we had discussed this in PMT and Alex said, okay. So did something happen between them?
I don't know. I was just following what was emailed to me. We can always table this one and I can circle back. I also just want to know, we had tabled the question about whether this was a voting member or not. I know Alex was concerned about whether he should be someone who voted on engineers or architects, especially since he does work with NDS. So I'd left this on here to bring back to the board.
So I think the same thing that Lisa just stated, that it should be a consistent person. I think the conversation we had in PMT to make sure that this is someone who can bring, as Lisa just suggested with the meetings she is recommending that we have, that if there needed to be a meeting about concerns, that this person would be the go-to person to pull the city stakeholders together to meet with the regular, the other members, and just, to make sure that it's that the person understands what's going on, that it can't just be whoever can show up that day.
All right, so perhaps it's also a question. I know there's the new deputy city manager who's now over this department. So maybe it'll be a decision for him that might be part of why this.
Maybe it needs to be him so he can see what we're dealing with.
Yeah, I will bring it back and include him on it and see what I can find out.
Well, let me, I'll check on that, because I think for the PMT, we just determined that the city manager for racial equity, diversity and inclusion was going to be the member of the PMT. Then this would be a different member. Alex is on the PMT. Sam is not. And so I do think that there needs to be some consistency there. So I was able to get that question answered in 2 emails. So I will ask about this and see how we arrived at this point.
Thank you. And is there any thought on whether this is a voting member? Or are we still tabling that one?
I think it depends if it's a specific person.
Yeah, I think no matter what, we should be able to decide whether the city representative is a voting member or not.
Hard for me to say that the roadblock in this situation should be a voting member on this committee.
I mean, just one thing, thinking about the redevelopment update we just heard, and we've already discussed this in prior meetings, but for new commissioners, and to make sure that I'm getting this right, I mean, one benefit is that if we do have a city rep voting for plans, it puts pressure on the city not to pick and choose how code is being read and what's going on. And so there is a benefit there to making this city rep a voting member, because it might actually make it easier to move through some of the red tape or gridlock that we're facing.
All right, great. I will remove that then and wait to hear back from you, Ms. Walker, and see, where we're at as far as who the rep will be.
Well, you'd think voting member or not, and I understand your point. City is helping fund this project. 1, 2, it's in our goals. 3, we're making a housing policy so we can get, and it's one of the main goals of our city. You'd think they'd be invested to begin with.
Lisa, you want to stop talking about us?
You know, my blood is boiling right now.
Would you be willing to approve all of the changes with the exception of the city rep?
I mean, I think all the rest of them make sense. So I make a motion to approve all except the city rep, which still needs to be further discussed.
I second.
All right, thank you. And I just wanted to invite Ms. Johnson if she wanted to say anything else about the Section 3 policy and what we're working on now. We've been really pushing hard, rolling that boulder up the hill.
Hi, so I wasn't clear. Did you all vote on that policy?
No, we were just making them aware that it was just posted.
Okay, because of the 45 days. Okay, all right. Couple of things. There's been some high and lows for me in this position. It's a learning process, just basically learning how contractors work and how some of the time we have to fight to even get our folks hired. And so what I have learned is that the policy and the contract is the chief and is the main thing that we have to do. In the regulations, they say, your best effort. And basically what best effort has been in this good old world is that when a contract is signed and there is a subcontractor that is a part of the deal, they bring their people in. And so when they bring their people in, those positions already filled. Now, if they create, because that's what the law says, if they create any new position, then they must hire from the low income community, and there are different tiers that you have to look for. Is the public housing site that the construction is being dealt with. If you can't find anybody, then you go to the people who live in other public housing site. Then it's also youth bill, and then it's people coming out of prison, and then it's the metropolitan area. So there is a tier that you have to go, especially if you're using any federal dollars and public housing dollars and community development dollars. So if the city is doing any kind of community development and using community block grant, Section 3 applies to that also. So what I'm finding out is that they already have their people when they come in. And so when we send people to get an interview or they're being interviewed, chances are it's just an interview. So with Breeden, I think we send maybe 8 people over for an interview. And right now I'm not even sure because I didn't hear from him today whether or not this one person start, but they only hired one. And is going to hire one, and that's going to be a foreman. And he has a journeyman license because he went through the apprenticeship program at UVA. Now with GMA, it's they're only going to be hiring after 13 people went for an interview. They're only hiring 1.5 person, 1 full-time ski hoist and 1 laborer. And so that's a problem because if you have 20 people or 25 people who have applied or respond to a flyer that say, here's some construction job and here's what they're looking for, and they come and they put in an application, and all they are getting is just an interview and not even getting a letter saying, thank you for applying, we have chosen somebody else, just nothing. Basically what that does is people start losing trust in what we're trying to build. So it's been a high and a low for me because I didn't know when I was sitting at the table, and I'm gonna throw myself under the bus now, Nakaya. I didn't know when I was sitting at the table. I trusted people to do right by our folks. And now they have proven to me that I can't trust them. So we have decided to, when I said, I'm talking about the Housing Authority, we have decided to have a Section 3 advisory board. And so we had our first meeting and talked about what it is that we're trying to achieve. Right now, what I'm trying to do is to work around Sally Hudson, who I've asked to be on it, and she said yes, and the mayor, trying to make sure that their schedule can work together, because I feel like those two young ladies have a different way of thinking of how we should get our folks ready, because that's what's wrong. We don't have people ready to move on. And Kathleen made me realize last week that even when we were at the table talking about people getting jobs, people weren't honest with us to say, you need 5 cohort of training so that when one finish with demolition and whatever, then there's abatement, and then after abatement, then there is this, and then there's that. And so we could have probably had 4 or 5 classes going on for different things so that we can have people ready. So my takeaway from that is that the train has left the station. We can't catch up on it, especially me. I can't run, I can't walk fast. So we just need to start over anyway. And the regulations, the new regulation is saying that we have to start from scratch. So I'm hoping that after the 45-day, the policies would get approved. And then we have to make absolutely sure that we're making sure. And Mr. Sales, I will have to say a shout out to him about coming in. He tried to tell us before he came on this side, but we didn't understand. And so he has amended some contract. And now going forward with phase 2 and 6th Street, we're gonna have to be ready to have people to be able to get some of those jobs and to have the contract making sure that they don't just do at least the minimum, but that they must. Now it's a Lisa thing, shall and must and will, that they must hire 4 people or they must hire 5 people. I don't know. So that, it's been a high and a low for me because people are steady asking me, so what's happening? The next thing that I'm making sure, we're gonna have an action plan to give to the Section 3 Advisory Board to help us work on, is we have these partners in the city who are supposed to be doing wraparound service. And it's getting hard to figure out whether or not they're doing anything for the folks, because even if they don't get a job with GMA or with Breeden or with the Housing Authority, there is this hope, and I said hope, that they can help them get ready to find other jobs somewhere else. And we're having a time trying to figure out, are they helping these people? And am I saying it right, Kathleen? WYOA?
Oh, WIOA.
WIOA.
Investment Act.
We have just started to connect with them. And what I'm finding out from both Network to Work and WIOA is that we, the CRHA, when I said we need to get our own data on our folks because they're not willing to share their data with us. And so that's one of the things I'm going to be proposing to the advisory board, like, how to come up with a data for CRHA. So one, they know, what the needs are, what we need to be doing, and et cetera, et cetera. So it's been a roller coaster for me because I just, right now, I don't feel like I'm helping people. But anyway.
Joy's been doing tremendous work.
I know that was long, but yeah.
I just want to say Joy's done tremendous work. She has set up a program from scratch, and it's been amazing what's been put in place. We have been knocking on a lot of doors the past couple of weeks, and we've recently been working on getting something in place with VCW Piedmont. That's how the WIO program came in, and we're meeting Wednesday with UVA Occupational Services to talk about their apprenticeship program. And Ben Allen from the Equity Center has decided to join us as well. And if people have other groups they want us to reach out to, we are really trying to pull in people. And at the same time, we're reaching out about bringing services back into our communities.
Right. And so I didn't say, who is on that committee, but the committee haven't set a set committee date yet because I'm waiting to talk to Sally and to get her and Nakaya connected so that we can set something around both of their schedules so that there can be a regular monthly meeting to be able to move this along. And one other thing is Mr. Sales has given me the opportunity. One of the things I didn't tell you all, and maybe there needs to be a training. There will be a training for the board about Section 3 and what are the important piece of it. Prevailing wage, the Davis-Bacon wage in construction. Whenever you're doing doing construction, you have to pay them the Davis wage. And so Mr. Sales gave me the opportunity to just watch how you what you have to do with that. And so I am hoping that we can get to do it again so that I can learn a little bit more about prevailing wage. So there's some highs but there's some lows also.
Hey, and I just want to add, Joy is right. We are trying to catch up on the backside, but we will be amending the contracts for both contractors that we've already awarded contracts to. It may mean we have to add additional funding to make it happen, but we believe that we have to start now, because we will have a phase 2 in a 6th Street. And so if we can get our residents trained now and then on the job training while getting paid, it only puts them in a better situation for phase 2 in 6th Street.
And so that's the current for Breeden, GMA, and Martin Horn.
Yes, so it will probably end up us paying them additional money as incentives for hiring more folks. But I think it's a good benefit for us and the resident itself because it will put them in a better situation.
So why do we have to pay them more money? Have they hired everybody they need?
Because our contract isn't doesn't hold them to a certain number of hires. It really is a best faith effort. So a lot of them can say they've done it already. We've interviewed so-and-so. We've done so many radio ads. They can say they've done their best faith effort. And we don't want to hold them to just a best faith effort. That was already committed to when I got here. So that's what we kept it to, because we didn't have a policy and they were working on, well, we didn't have a new policy, and HUD was currently working on a revised Section 3 policy. So now that our new policy reflects HUD's new guidelines, which looks at hours worked on a job site instead of bodies working on a job site, it puts us in a better situation to move forward this way than we did in the past.
Do they count workers that were hired on their own, say not going through Section 3 as Section 3 workers?
If they qualify. So when we do our interviews, we can see if they qualify. But they have to connect with Joy to verify that, to do the verification of whether they're a Section 3. And I will say, I think they've done that, or if they've talked about doing that.
So they're probably showing more hires through their own than going through what Joy is providing.
And I will say most contractors, they have a way of getting around it. So they work with, let's say, sales contracting has a job in Albemarle County. And I just received an award for the Housing Authority. Well, I can move my staff from Albemarle County and work on the CRHA site. And technically, I didn't hire new staff for this job. I hired new staff for my Albemarle job because I moved my staff from Albemarle to Charlottesville. That's a way of getting out of it because it says new hires for this job to complete this project. And so that's a big loophole that HUD is taking care of with this new policy, where it looks at hours worked instead of new bodies. So it's total number of hours worked on a job site.
Any more questions? Thank you, Joy. Thank you, Kathleen. Are we now ready for public comments?
And if anybody would like to address the commission at this time, please click your raise hand icon. And the first speaker we have is Brandon Collins. Brandon, you're on with the commission.
Thanks. Good evening, CRHA Board of Commissioners. I'm Brandon Collins. I work for FAR, the Public Housing Association of Residents. We are the recognized Resident Council and Resident Advisory Board. And I'm kind of on cleanup detail here. I kind of wanted to go back on a couple of things and just maybe help with some institutional memory. Just real quick, so Finance Committee, loving it. I'm really hoping when those meetings are set that you can just make sure to let FAR know. In the past, we had issues with outsiders being on that committee who had a whole lot of control over what it was the Housing Authority was doing. And as we kind of got wind of that, we began to attend those meetings frequently. and we're able to, kind of end that bad practice that was going on. But in the process, we all learned a whole lot about housing authority finances. So it was a really good opportunity for everybody to kind of get a real in-depth picture, and it might be really confusing and hard to deal with right at first, but just hoping to make sure that those meetings are public, and maybe we coordinate with FAR on that. Similar for parallel track and maintenance committee. So maintenance committee and parallel track aren't necessarily the same things, but could be. And I think we all have a long ways to go towards having a much more comprehensive view about the parallel track. And I think the sustainability study should help us get our heads around that, and maybe look at that as sort of its own project. But I can say that the maintenance committees before the pandemic were becoming successful, particularly as a resident-friendly committee that residents could participate in and have their needs met, and sort of drive some of the bigger efforts. And I think that's important to just acknowledge as you all are getting involved in that. Eviction prevention coordinator, loving it. I am curious, maybe we can get with Claudette, or you all can consider this as you go to make changes to the ACOP, which will be coming to you at some point, probably months down the road. There is a section in there related to eviction and termination, which is really your chance to codify prevention efforts. So I think we're talking to Claudette, what things are working, what things aren't, and what things you can actually put into policy to help residents. I think that would be really important. So I just hope you all will keep that in mind as we come to you with a ACOP changes. And then finally on everything else. So troubled status. I just hope you all, and I'm sure you do, but some of y'all are pretty new. This whole troubled status issue with HUD hasn't necessarily been on the forefront of everybody's mind, but it has been for housing authority staff. And for them to come to you tonight and show the immense amount of progress and how close they are to having this burden lifted is just an incredible amount of work that they've done. And I hope you all will recognize that in your staff. We've been rooting for housing authority. There is a big sort of paradox with all that all that effort towards that isn't necessarily felt by current residents. And we're really looking forward to a new day where this transformational effort at redevelopment and a transformational effort at improving the quality of life for all residents will be in place. And John and Kathleen and everybody has been working super, super hard to get through this. And I really hope you all will just keep in your heads how important that has been and how just great an effort that's been. Because without doing that, there would be no transformation. There would be no revolutionary approach to resident-led redevelopment. There would be no public housing in Charlottesville. There'd be a whole lot of problems, all the worst case scenarios that we've all worried about would potentially come into play. And so that's big work that we should acknowledge is being done. And then affordability, tax credits and stuff. Let me actually talk about the redevelopment admin committee, right? So that is made of the voting members of the redevelopment committee. It's a funny committee because what it is, it's voting members of a broader redevelopment committee discussing redevelopment that advises the CRHA board, right? But they're also, you got to keep in mind, CRHA board is also the Charlottesville Community Development Corporation board. Same people, same everything, just on paper, it's separate. It's this big weird shell game. With that redevelopment admin committee, you also have to recognize that not only are they sort of the officers of the redevelopment committee, they are the decision makers in a contract through a MOU between CRHA, FAR, and Affordable Housing Group, where Affordable Housing Group doesn't actually have a vote in the decision making The redevelopment admin committee is the decision-making body for that contract. So it gets really kind of sticky when you start spreading it all out. But it's really important as you're considering, okay, it's not just redevelopment committee, but it's also this partnership to move redevelopment forward under contract. And that's really important as well. And I think it's something to consider as you consider whether or not the city should have a voting seat on that body. So I hope you'll all consider that. And so for affordability, I know there were some questions about the whole structure and the need for these LLCs to carry out redevelopment. They are scary, but they're fairly institutionalized, and the protections for affordability, the protections for housing authority to call the shots in the future, 15, 30 years, 99 years down the road, those are well cemented in contracts and in other forms. The only other way to go about doing this redevelopment would be to do RAD, which is essentially the opposite of what we're doing. So we're taking vouchers and project basing them. Under RAD, we would take public housing and project base them. If we were to do that, we would lose our public housing, and therefore our relationship with HUD would get even slimmer and slimmer. So it's important that we use the mechanism that we can use. It's not a perfect mechanism. Yes, there's dangers in there, but it is up to y'all, CRHA Board of Commissioners, to make sure that this housing stays affordable for people who have extremely low incomes forever. That's the commitment you're making. That's the commitment FAR's making. That's the commitment John's going to make. And we have to be mindful of it. But that's all of our jobs, to make sure that that continues that way, even if we're looking at a Crescent Halls situation. And I don't think anyone has any interest in making Crescent Halls less affordable for our community and for the current residents of that building. So we may take some creative thinking, but none of us, as long as we're committed, are going to allow it to happen so that that's anything less than affordable. So it's on us, right? It's on us all to make sure that that happens, but we can make that happen. So I just hope you all feel confident in that and not too scared, because really you're calling a lot of shots and we're all in this together. So just wanted to say those things and tell you all good job. Welcome to the new folks, and talk to you later.
Next, we have Ang Khan. Ang, you're on with the commission. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Ange Khan. And I wanted to go back to the Crescent Hall and the residents that are currently living in the hotel. I wanted to maybe give insight on how to possibly have UVA pay some of those, pay for some of those folks who are staying there, especially since costs are being driven by their sporting events. The way that they utilize their community engagement and how they're for certain things in the community. If someone were to speak with them and say, hey, we have a set amount of residents who are currently being displaced, and because of whatever events you all are hosting, it's driving the price up, so we cannot house them. Maybe possibly having that conversation with them and getting funds that way. I don't know if it's already been discussed or if it's being discussed, but that would be something to offset the cost for the city.
Thank you.
I think that
That's
it's really
good.
important. Yeah, I think it's really important to utilize these institutions that have the resources, especially when they're making claims that they're, about Charlottesville residents. If they're truly about Charlottesville residents, they need to up some of that funding or some of those resources that they have for the displacement of longtime Charlottesville residents.
Okay, and next, Joy, I believe you have a resident with you that would like to speak.
Joy Johnson, 802A Harder Drive. So thank you, Lisa. Thank you, Lisa Green, for researching and educating us on what some of those laws says. Those are some of the things that we hopefully can learn, because that's a part of it that we don't know, is what the statute says, what the code says and all. I know that, so it kind of bothers me a little bit about the stop order and why it's taking so long. I know Mayor Walker is working on it, but still, why is it taking so long? Especially when they know that this is the most vulnerable people that we are trying to make absolutely sure end up with decent housing. My question then becomes, if we can appeal it, why not appeal it? And where's the attorney for CRHA on that? So that was just one thing that was in my mind when this came up. Number next is, I just want to say, just thank you to all of the staff who worked to make sure the residents had a good transition in getting to a hotel, because we're dealing with elderly and disabled people, and even in the relocation rag somewhere, it basically talk about moving people once, and in some cases we have moved people 3-4 times. So I just want to say thank you. Thank you for that. And then my personal opinion, and I just hope that we can get to that point. Miss Oliver is here with me, and we talk about this all the time, is that we probably need a community, get the community to rally around taking out all of them pipes and putting in new pipes, so that once the building is finished, we won't have this problem again, or have that problem while we're doing construction again. That's just something that lay on my heart every night. And also we know of people complaining about mold smell, and so I worry about that also. But anyway, I just want to say thank you to everybody who has the city, and everybody who has been so gracious and respectful in how they treat the resident, not handle them, but how they treat the residents and how they made them comfortable. So I personally just want to say thank you.
Chair Henry, there are no more attendees with their hands raised.
Okay, so we are going to go into closed session and then resume for adjournment. So closed section begins now.
I have the motion.
Yeah, we need to read the motion, then we'll have to come back to this meeting and adjourn in this meeting.
Okay.
All right, I move that the board enter a closed session pursuant to Virginia Code Section 2.2-3711.1 for the purpose of discussion of personnel matters regarding performance and salaries of an employee.
Second. Leslie?
Commissioner Goldblatt,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
motion passed.
Okay.
Shortly.
There's a new link, so everybody go back to your email and click on the new link.
All
What's
right.
the first link?
Mayor Walker's link.
John sent a link just a minute ago.
Yeah, but we're using Mayor Walker's.
Sorry,
Okay.
I didn't know a link was already sent.
Okay,
Okay,
so
so we're
go-
using Mayor Walker's. Okay, here we go.
Okay.
Yeah, my link has been deleted, so it wouldn't work anyway.
Okay.
Okay.
To all my staff, please go home. Because I know, Leslie, you may still be at the office. You all can all log off. Everyone's been working since 7, 8 o'clock this morning.
Joy lives in there. She's got
I
a
know
little
Joy has
bed.
like a cot or something over there. We'll have to look into that.
Adriana was saying she's still here.
Oh, so she keeping you company. So she's the reason.
We're going home. I'm going home.
Good night, ladies.
Good night. What is that? 9:14?
9:34, babe.
9:34. Oh, Jesus.
You trying to roll the clock backwards.
I'm out. Bye.
Bye, Miss Audrey.
She went to the restroom. I tell her.
All right. See you ladies tomorrow.
Audrey, Melinda said bye. Good night. You hear? She said hi. Good night.
I think Perpetude fell asleep.
I want her photographer.
I know, isn't it cute? I love that picture. All right, you ladies have a great evening. Well, I guess we're past that point. Good night.
I think Leslie may be the only one that needs to stay over. But Leslie, you can come in later tomorrow.
Okay, I can do roll call if she needs to head home. I don't mind.
Leslie may have fallen asleep as well.
You still there, Leslie?
Yeah, I went to the bathroom. What did I miss?
Leslie, are you home or in the office?
I'm in the office.
Leave.
All right.
Go home.
Yeah, go home.
Come in later tomorrow.
All righty.
Thank you.
Be careful going home.
I will. Thank you.
Still here.
Hanging out, waiting.
I just returned like a couple of phone calls and thought that you'd be done.
So I'm gonna run out for about a minute and wait for the other folks to get back. Okay, thank you. Are we ready to resume? I move that we adjourn this meeting.
I think we need to certify the closed session first.
You have
Oh,
to
okay.
put it
Oh,
in.
I'll read it.
I emailed that to the mayor.
I got it.
Okay, it's 10 o'clock.
I move that the board certify by recorded vote that to the best of each member's knowledge, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements and only such public matters as were identified by the motion were heard, discussed, or considered in the meeting by the public body.
Second.
Second.
I will do roll call for you. Commissioner Goldblatt,
Yes.
Commissioner Maddie Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Lisa Green,
Yes.
Commissioner Jackson,
Yes.
Mayor Walker,
Yes.
Dr. Henry,
Yes.
Ms. Cooper.
Okay, that passes, and now we can finally move to adjourn.
So moved.
I second.
Yes.
Thank you, Joe.
I
Thanks,
promise
Joe.
do
Thank you,
better in
guys.
the
Have a good
future,
night.
guys, okay?
You're fine. My first meeting as a planning commission chair, I stepped up to the dais and spilt water everywhere right off the bat.
I had no idea I was gonna be leading this meeting tonight, so I deeply apologize.
You're doing great.
Goodbye, everybody. Have a nice
Good
evening.
night, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.